to now call on the HOD of the Covenant Capital for his welcome address. Please, let's put our hands together. It is all want to put our hands together. Okay, let's put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Obafemi Darabiyan, the HOD of the Covenant Capital. Thank you. Okay, so while we wait for the HOD for the opening remarks, he will soon be here, but we know that he has a lot to do, but he will soon be with us. I want to teach us how to clap. Do we want to learn how to clap? Do we want to learn how to clap? Why, yes, right? Okay, fantastic. So, we're going to do a lot of clapping here, and if we are going to welcome maybe the HOD or the keynote speaker, I can say that give him a thunder clap. So this is a thunder clap. It's drizzling. You go 1. It's drizzling 2. It's drizzling. It's raining 3. Then thunder, thunder, thunder. Are we ready? Okay. It's drizzling. It's drizzling. It's drizzling. It has to be sharp. It's drizzling. It's drizzling. It's raining. It's raining. It's raining. Thunder. 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 Then give it to the person. Okay, so the HOD will soon be with us. So let's practice that, right? It's drizzling. It's drizzling. Raining, it's raining, it's raining, thunder, 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 give it to me. Okay, so we await the HOD of the Covenant Capital for his keynote, for his welcome address. So what do we give him? What do we give him? Thunder. What do we give him? It's drizzling, it's drizzling. It's raining, it's raining, it's raining. Thunder, thunder, thunder. Give it to him. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. We are happy to have everyone here. Derry, I don't know the thunder, but it's okay. All right. It's actually drizzling. So, but it has not thundered yet. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome us to the Agric Business Conference 2021. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the Covenant Capital Agric Business Conference, holding and broadcast live from Lagos, Nigeria. We are grateful to the Covenant Nation, our parent body, for the tremendous support the church has provided for us over the years. The Covenant Nation is the convener of the program, the Platform Nigeria, which has been graced to have notable and national and international speakers from way back. So Covenant Capital basically is the Enterprise Development Center of the Covenant Nation. We are the entrepreneurial arm of the church, whereby we facilitate programs like this to stir up ideas and thoughts, that can impact the productive sector of the economy. So basically, we've had in previous times, we've entertained programs such as the tax seminar in collaboration with Akintola Deloitte. We've done regulated products seminars with NAFDAC, and NAFDAC is also here again. Thank you for coming. We've done the export seminar with the Export Promotion Council. We've also had the Lekki Women SME Fair. And lastly, this year we've had the Tech Fair, which fielded a whole lot of participants from the tech space. We are fortunate to have a tremendous, company of people, and Covenant Capital is strictly volunteer-based, drawn from members of the church. And we also want to thank everyone that has deemed it fit to honor our invitation to be here today. African Farmer, thank you for coming. Samson Ogbole, Luda, everybody, Price, Pali, Farm Cards, we want to celebrate you. Samson, thank you very much. So why are we here? Basically, this is from conversations that we've had within and also amongst ourselves. As youths in this country, yes, everybody can talk about, let's take off, let's japa, but before we all take off, if we eventually do, while we are still here, we believe there is something we can give back and contribute to one another and also to the economic development of the country while we are here. And that takes us to address the salient issues that surrounds employment opportunities that we believe that the agricultural sector, which today contributes the largest part of the employment market. Agriculture in this country is the largest employer of labor. And we also looked at it that the agricultural sector, with the immense potential in the sector, there's a lot of opportunities that we can still unlock to accommodate more people. We have a teeming and growing youth population of over 24 million youths that are out of work. And we feel these conversations needs to come to the fore, it needs to come to the table, where we begin to look at a sector such as the agric sector that can accommodate this, our youths, from being jobless and without anything tangible to do. We also looked at the issue of food security, and we know what is going on globally. We understand the global warming is affecting a lot of terrain, a lot of climate condition happening here and there. But we are in this part of the world that we believe that we are still quite fortunate in terms of natural disasters. We have little or none of it. And we still have vast arable lands that can be explored for agricultural purposes. And we believe it's an industry or it's a sector that needs to be properly looked into. And that is what generated the reason why we are here today. So we want to use this medium to say that we believe in the agric sector. We believe there are a lot of opportunities, employment opportunities, job creation opportunities, wealth creation opportunities for the teeming youth and the populace of this country at large. So on this note, I would like to welcome us to this conference once again, and I believe that our expectations will be met. I want to appreciate our partner organizations. We have NAFDAC here, that's the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration. We have IITA, BIP, that's the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, the Business Incubation Program, they are here. And we also have the Bank of Industry, who tends to have a lot of intervention programs and funds for the agric sector. So, and that's with the operators and farmers, producers that are seated here, great minds within the industry. And we believe that you're going to have a very lovely time at this conference. If you are watching us online, we believe that it will not be a time wasted. And as we proceed, stay tuned and God bless you. Thank you very much.
Derry.
Thank you so much for that, sir. It was wonderful. You see, our clap wasn't wasted. Our thunder clap wasn't wasted. So, welcome everybody. This event is streaming live on YouTube, on the Covenant Nation YouTube channel. So, for those who are not here, we can send them the link so they can watch live. Okay, we're not having games. We are having our keynote address in a few minutes. And for our keynote speech, we are having no other person than the African farmer. Can we project his profile, please? Let's listen to his profile. So we'll determine what clap.
Allied Group, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, an Ashoka Fellow, Cochrane Fellow, and IVLP Fellow. He's reputed to have filled his way to prominence and success in Nigeria's agric sector. With over 2 African farmer Mogaji is the immediate past chairman, Agriculture and Agro-Allied Group, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, an Ashoka Fellow, Cochrane Fellow, and IVLP Fellow. He's reputed to have filled his way to prominence and success in Nigeria's agric sector, with over 2 decades of field experience in crops, livestock, and market linkages across Southwest, Northeast, North Central, and Northwest. He has collaborated on various projects in some African countries like Senegal, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Mali, and Benin Republic, to mention a few. His unquenchable appetite for developmental agriculture led him to become a co-founder of Farm Crowdy, the pioneer company that changed the funding landscape for farmers in Nigeria, and Find a Farmer.ng, another organization designed to create visibility to help farmers embrace opportunities, especially post-COVID. He was part of a team that turned around a 27,000 acres oil palm company from less than 100,000 naira bank balance to over 25 million naira monthly within 6 months. He is trained by United States government on U.S. food security and foreign policy. He is popular for helping rural and urban youths and corporate new entrants bridge the gap between agribusiness ideas and industry realities. He is the author of the best-selling book, Farming by Revelation. African farmer Mogaji is the immediate past chairman, Agriculture
there's a lot of talk in the country, and it's time for us to move from talk to action. So I will try and do 2-3 basic things. One, I'm having 2 sessions. One is the speech, and the other is the panel session. So in this aspect, I would be speaking to the revelation part of Agric Business, the aspect people don't generally talk about. And by the way, my very good friend, Mosun, also just came in. Mosun, love you always. The revelation part of it. There's a component of Agric Business that is hidden from a lot of people that we don't talk about. And that is crucial because of the business environment in which we found ourselves. I had something else prepared to speak on, but 3 a.m., God gave me a direction to talk on this component that people don't generally talk about. This component has brought many of the industry leaders who have excelled in, bank owners, global agribusinesses, global, leaders in insurance and co. But when they step into agric, many of them, if not all of them, have not excelled the way they've excelled in other areas. So I will touch it a bit and move forward. And if time permits, we can do a short prayer. But in the second part, which is the panel, I'll be speaking to activation, action, things we can do, to raising funds and to what is to come in the agric space. Because it's not enough for you to know what is happening now. It's more important for you to know what is coming. Because when you know what is coming, you can be adequately positioned. So the topic to speak to today is funding my agribusiness. Do I have the slides? Do I have it? Okay. Funding my agric business. And I will be speaking very practical. I'm not packaging here today. I'm not speaking as consultant. I'm speaking heart to heart because we must develop this sector. Now, when we say funding my agric business, it's crucial that we understand something. There's a scripture that says that I know the plans that I have for you. They are plans of good and not of evil to take you to an expected end. If the one that created us knows the plan he has for us, it will be wisdom for us just to align to his plans. Because if you don't align to his plans, what happens? He can't fund your project. And if you fund the project, you will lose the money. I've been privileged to raise quite substantial amounts of money across the value chain over the years. And I know when you start with God, he helps you to sustain it. And the few periods where I've been caned is when you start with God and run with experience. This is not a common conversation, but it's something you need. You may not like it, but you need it. And so when you say funding my agribusiness, I had a project in 2009 that was running in Iseyin. And we were to start with rain and end with irrigation. And so I started, I was sleeping and God literally showed me the land. I made inquiry and I found the land. It's about 3,000 acres in Iseyin. So we were running 250 acres. And when we were running the project, it was very fine, started well. But suddenly the rain stopped abruptly. And suddenly everything was just going down the drain. Millions of naira going down. And I was saying, Lord, what's happening? In the morning you will pray, lead your team to pray. But along the line when the project got midway and everything was going around the way, we brought strategy in. We left God and took strategy. There's nothing wrong in bringing strategy, but it must align. And so the rain stopped. And one day on the farm, and I said, Lord, you sent me here. Give us rain. And suddenly, the clouds came. It began to rain. And we all dashed off the farm. It's like 10 kilometers. It's called Nico. I don't tell fake stories. It's Ogunosun in Niko, close to Obasanjo farms, can be verified. And when it started raining, we dashed home. We're so happy because that rain will push us for another 2-3 weeks. We were sure of making money. And when the rain stopped and I came back, there was a big rainbow. It was only my 250 acre that rain did not fall on. The whole place was flowing with water. And when I knew that was death, I began to cry. Because I knew I wouldn't be able to come home. Well, I'm one of the very few people, Mosun does the same, Samson does the same, where we share our pains so that others don't go into that ditch. It's not so important to share your successes all the time. When you share your successes, people end up falling into your pain. So we share the pains. And so when I got home and I was alone, weeping and crying, I listened to Archbishop Benson Idahosa's CD, and he was saying he was building a church, and suddenly funds didn't come in, and he was getting embarrassed, and he went into 21-day fasting. And on the 21st day, God told him that, hey, you were saying, my church, my church, my church. And the scripture says that I will build my church and the gates of hell will not prevail. Now that it's your church, I've left you to contend with the gates of hell. How are you doing with that? And so I now said, what's my business with that one? And he said, let me play back your words to you. And I began, just like a flash. The spiritual is real. And I know we're talking about funding. And I began to hear my farm, my farm, my farm, my farm, my farm. And I said, it's just my farm now. And it showed how we started our farm, our farm, our farm. As simple as that is, we're able to salvage some things because we were able to fix the 1,500 kVA generator, which stopped working. That was why we were praying for rain. And from then, I stopped my farm, my farm, my farm, and our farm, especially when it's the one that gave me the idea. So I'm saying that to help somebody. We will not have the same experience, but peradventure, you are likely to have that same experience. If God is the one leading you to do what you have to do, you must be careful because God honors his words. And so, funding my Agric business. I know the general context, funding your Agric business is crucial, but bottom line is that there's a thin line between that. So, I will just run through briefly God's agenda for Nigeria. We have an idea that since the late President Abacha passed on, it was General Absalami Abubakar. Many people don't know that he had a massive farm, and he still has a massive farm. Then after that was late President Yaradua, who won the most, his state won the best in agriculture for almost 8 straight years. We didn't know that about that. Then after that, we had President Ebele, Jonathan, and we only know, Dr. Akim Adesina, everything worked for agriculture. And after that, we have President Olusegun Obasanjo, who we know as a farmer. After this, we now have our President Muhammadu Buhari, and I always say, and when he declared his assets, what did he declare? He said farms and cows. So I'm trying to establish to us that since we were delivered of the military, it has been people heading agriculture, people who love agriculture, that God has placed in charge of Nigeria. It's not coincidence. God doesn't make mistakes. So when we have that understanding, we get to know that there's a plan. And my next slide says, out of every adversity comes a seed of equal or greater opportunity, provided you can find it. Now, what most of us talk about in the country is what is not working. We forget the agenda. We forget what is working. We forget the opportunity. We focus on what is not working. And in that book, Think and Grow Rich says, out of every adversity comes a greater or equal opportunity, provided you can find it. So I ask you, what are you seeing? Are you seeing challenges or you are seeing opportunities? Are you seeing challenges or you are seeing opportunities? Many of us say, oh, there's no money in the country. People are taking money away. But guess what? If the stock is not selling, then where is the money? The money is here. If real estate is not selling as it should be, where is the money? The money is here. We found quite a lot of people put money in the crowdfunding platforms because it sprang up and there's local funds ready for that place. So it's very crucial we understand that there is money in the country and the money can be accessible. And in fact, there's more money in the country, more grants in the country than we are accessing. Money is currently being taken out of the country because there's nobody to access. And the most important reason why the monies are being taken out of the country is what I call capacity. We have not developed capacity to be able to raise funding, which is very, very crucial. And I would say this. Next slide, please. Are you trying to fund an agric business, AGRIC, or an agri-business? Because it's not important for you to raise the fund. It's important for you to be able to repay the funds. I know this because I've been in some challenges of not being able to repay funds. And it gets very messy. And so, are you funding Agric Business? Because in Nigeria, we still run Agric Business, not Agri-business. Agribusiness has precision farming template. Everything is working. Power, irrigation, everything is working. Until you are able to understand that we are not in that agri-business level yet. There's still a bridge that the likes of Samson and other people are trying to bridge. Then you will be raising funds for the wrong project. And I know Moson will be speaking to quite a bit of value chain, but there's a scripture here that I want to open to us. You can read it at home, 1 Kings 4, 22 to 27. But somewhere around here, it talks Solomon talking, and it says, Solomon's daily provisions were 30 metric tons of the finest flour and 60 metric tons of meal, 10 heads of stall-fed cattle. Stall-fed cattle, meaning that cattle was raised in enclosement. Now it says 20 of pasture-fed cattle, another set of cattle that were meant to graze, and 100 sheep and goats, as well as deer, gazelle, reeboks, and choice fowls. Please show me the pictures. The choice fowls. What is a choice fowl? We have what we call the cage-free versus the free cage. The cage-free is they allow the chicken to move out of the cage for a few hours a day. And we have the free range, which is where it's open. Now, people don't buy these two types of chicken at the same price they buy the broilers. This is more premium. I'm saying this because the Bible here, the spiritual book, talks about cattle that are fed in enclosement, cattle that are fed in open pasture, choice fowls. So I'm saying to you, what are you trying to fund? Getting the money is one, but are you trying to fund the right project? Getting the money is number two. Are you trying to fund the right project? Are you funding a project that aligns with your personality? We have the sanguine, we have the phlegmatic, we have the choleric. Are you funding a project that aligns with how God created you? If you are a sanguine, you like to talk, you like to socialize and co. Are you trying, to plant crops where you'll be in the sun and for 7 days nothing might happen, you just have to go and check? Or you are trying to fund a marketing project because that aligns with your DNA. So funding, when we are talking about funding, we focus too much on how to get the money. We forget to focus on, are you trying to fund the right project that would last? Agric projects, 2 years, 3 years max, crash down the line because you are not wired for what you try to fund. It is what I call bandwagon. Everybody is doing this. Somebody made money from cassava, just like this year. Many of you that have planted cassava, you need divine intervention. Because next year, the prices will nosedive. It's a 3-year cycle. But you can ask God. Yeah, many of you see people who are doing tomatoes. Oh, pretty Miss Farmer is doing this. She talks eloquently. And you align. Are you aligned to what you are wired for? Very crucial conversations that we don't have. Then, down the line, it's talking about trees. Which value chain are you wired for? I'm not going to go into that. But it's very crucial. The last, during President Jonathan's tenure, there was this, what do you call it now? Fuel increase. And everybody was saying, we'll gather at Ojota, this. And I also plan to gather to join them to protest. But I asked God, I said, Lord, where do you want me to be? In Ojota or where? And he showed me in a dream, that same night. He showed me a portion of the land, about 5 acres. And that 5 acres of land, out of the 350 acres, like 600 meters from there was this land that I saw myself just dig the ground, and the soil was moist. And I traveled there, and I said, your mates are on the farm. And I left, I didn't go to Ojota. And that year, that farm was the only thing that brought us huge profits. 5 acres. And we were doing 250 acres. I'm trying to say that there's a place for divine direction. We had 250 acres, but it was just 5 acres, 600 meters away that brought us money all year round. We spent less than 70% on irrigation as against what we had planned to spend. I'm trying to say to you, fund what God is doing. You will make money from it. I have made money, good money, and I have lost money. Huge money. And the sector is being challenged now. And so I will say to you, what's going to happen in the country? What should you be funding? Government is trying to privatize the river basins. Ogunwashun River Basin will be privatized. They have dams in the southwest. There are 4 of the river basins, would make that available later. But I'm trying to just let you know that are you stagnant or you are moving with the train? Don't fund old projects. You must be open. During COVID, just 3 days before COVID, this is crucial. Don't forget I said I'll be talking about strategies and code to get the funds in the last part. I was in my office and I was saying, there's going to be lockdown. What do I do? Holy Spirit, what do I do? God, what do I do? And Christian or Muslim, you can ask God. You can ask God. And I heard clearly, mop up all the sweet corn seeds in the country. And we mopped up all the sweet corn seeds in the country. So when everybody was at home, we were planting. By the time they unlocked the lockdown, we were the only ones with sweet corn in the country. And that gave us a huge urge. And we now, just like Joseph, we now began to empower people who had land, who wanted to plant, but did not have the seeds. So we're doing buyback and selling to people. That is where you should be. That is the project you should be funding. Because except the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain that try to build it. And like I said, this is not what I plan to speak about, but 3 a.m., this is what God has said I should talk to you about. It's time for us to begin to seek God, to ask what is to come. What is to come? I asked what is to come in 2022. And somebody called me the next day to tell me that a major river basin project will be shut down, about 70,000 acres. That river basin and one other one is responsible for the majority of the tomatoes that come in to the country. And it will not be open till March. What does that mean? Tomato is going to be expensive next year. Ideally, tomato goes expensive at some point in time. But this time around, the Sampsons will be smiling to the bank because they've shut it down. And it's politics. It's ministry politics. You don't shut down a river basin in the year when we don't have enough. As I speak to you, the rain stopped abruptly in Kano, Kaduna, and Co. So the grains this year would have issues, especially for next year. If you don't have these informations, you'll be funding or planning to raise capital for dead projects. Why don't you begin to look into this so that you can raise funding for projects that will bring money? It's a paradigm. It's not something you say that people get excited and shout. But at the end of the day, people that smile to the bank will shout about it. And also, we have quite a bit of, let me say this. How do I raise money? There was a time I was trying to raise some money for a 30 million project. That was 2009. And I had to just say, Lord, somebody has this money that they are looking for who to fund. Just that sometimes we all have money. And a friend of mine just saw the picture, and I went to her in the morning, and she said, oh, let me call 5 friends, and called 5 friends, and in 10 minutes, I had 30 million. 10 minutes, 30 million. It cannot be better than that. I would have written, they didn't see any proposal. They didn't see anything. So it is shorter when you first go to ask than you trying to run. And there was a particular year, I just needed 250,000 naira years back to complete a project. And the 1st of that year, I was about to wake up. You know, when you are in between waking up and asleep. And I heard, let me play back your words for you last year. I think that was like 16 years ago. And I began to hear, I'm looking for 250,000. I'm looking for 250,000. I'm looking for 250,000. Everything just stopped. I'm looking for. And I heard God said to me, have you heard the game of hide and seek? And I said, yes. He said, somebody must hide and somebody must look for. So every time you say, I'm looking for, the money you need must hide from you, so that what you say can align with your experience. And when I woke up, and I discovered that I'm the one that had trapped myself. And I said, money is looking for me, money is looking for me. Money is looking for me, money is looking for me. After some time, I said, if it's looking for me, it does not find me. Money is looking for me and it has found me. Money is looking for me and it has found me. And around 9 p.m. that same day, my wife's boss, working in a bank then, called me and said, and she had asked me to write a proposal which I had given to her, but she stopped picking calls. But she said, I have money. And guess what? She said, every time tonight I close my eyes, I see you. And I have a presentation tomorrow to the MD of the bank. Please, come to my house 7 p.m. tomorrow and collect the check. I was like, this thing works. And guess what? I got there and the check was waiting for me. There's an easier way for us to raise funding if we can just align. So I would say for you to raise funds, so you can raise funds the usual way. You still have to write your proposal, your business plans and code. Those is a given. But there's another way that has worked for me that I'm sharing today, is that you can ask God. So for you to raise these funds, your words must align with your expectation. Your words must align with your expectation. Say what you expect. It doesn't sound right in the business world, in the secular world, but it works. 2 is you must position. You must position. You must be like Zacchaeus. Zacchaeus knew Jesus would be coming, and so he went ahead, so Jesus saw him. You must position. Network, be in the midst of people. Next year, funds will rush into the country. It's election year. Funds will rush into the country, and if it cannot be found, the money can't find you. It's election year. Politicians look for what to amplify, not what to start in election year. They look for people in community. So we designed a platform recently, findafarmer.ng, where you can be found, where people just do a background, as in they just say Tinu Farms, and they can find out where your farm is, the location, what you have, pictures, and you have been verified. It's easy when you are verified than for you to be saying, hey, my farm is in Ubomosho, in this location. Let them be able to check online. So, you can take advantage of that. And it's not the size of the project that matters. It's the quality of the outcomes. So don't get involved in the massive farm syndrome. It doesn't work in Nigeria. At least there's a process to it. You can dream big but start small. Very crucial. And if you must raise the money you need for 2022, you must build to design. If your boat will not sink, you must build to design. And I will say this, it's not everybody, and this is what God said to me, it's not everybody that can fund you that qualifies to fund you. It's not everyone that has the money to fund you that qualifies to fund you because of where you are going. There was a day I was praying for something because part of what I do is to intercede for my colleagues, because when your colleagues fall, you are falling, because when there's nowhere to bounce back. And God gave me a word, and I called him and I said, if you don't need funding, thank you, you just gave me permission. If you don't need this funding, don't take it. And he didn't tell me anything. And sometime this year, I was talking to him. That was like to 6 in the morning or after 5. And he told me that he didn't take the funding, and the person that they now gave the funding is out of Agric Business now because his project had crashed. I'm not saying we should now get very suspicious that, it's ritual money, you know how we think in Nigeria. But guess what? It is not everybody that can fund you that qualifies to fund you. It's not all funding that you should take. Sometimes you don't need the funding. Sometimes you just need a collaboration. Sometimes somebody has the equipment you want to raise funds to buy. You just need to ask. Get into a community and ask questions, and I can tell you, you will get the funding you need. Like I said, I always keep to time. I've spoken about the God way of getting the funding, and when I get to the panel, I will be talking about the secular way of getting the funding. If you're a Christian or Muslim, your books, the holy books, has everything in it. When I was trying to sell honey to raise funding in Jigawa in year 2000, Jigawa is a Muslim community. I read the Quran, the English version, and the Lord instructed the bees to live in cervix and houses that man has given to them, and visit many flowers and mix it with a fluid in their belly. And it says, in which there is healing for man. And I bought a Quran, changed my clothes to Babariga, and went around and began to say, what does your Quran say about honey? And they say, I just opened the Quran. I say, you're not a faithful Muslim. But my surname is Mogaji, so they don't know if I'm Christian or Muslim. And they were buying the honey. And so some of them invested in me. That was during NYSC. And I made what you call silly money that year, because I was open. I prayed the day before, and somebody gave me the English Quran the next day. Be open. You don't know how God will answer your prayers. Thank you.
Wow. That was amazing. Thank you so much for that. We are blown. We are blown. That was beautiful. Talking about directions from God. Talking about not everybody that can fund you should fund you. I think if you want to pick up one thing today that you should keep, not everybody that can fund you should fund you. So I'll keep that. I won't use it to it. So we are going to have our first panel session. So we have a little change of plan. Currently, we are having 2 panel sessions in place of 4. So we are merging panel session 1 with panel session 4 and panel session 3 with panel session 2. So panel session, for the first panel session, we are going to invite everybody and then set up for them to have the panel session. That's because 1 or 2 of the speakers are not, of the panelists rather, are not currently available, and that's why we're merging this session. We apologize for any inconveniences. So panel session 1 was meant to be Agric value chain, where do I fit in? We are merging it with funding my Agric business. So the idea is when you fit in the value chain, then you can consider funding the Agric business. So we are going to call on the panelists, and then we are going to call the panelists. We are going to call on the moderators. We have 2 moderators for these sessions, and then the moderators we call on the panelists. So our first moderator is Fisayo Duduyemi. Fisayo Duduyemi. And our second moderator is Olawumi Olatunji. Welcome. So the moderators will invite the panelists. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with Fisayo. So our panelists will be speaking on, the panel 1 is the value chain, the Agric value chain, where do I fit? While the second panel that we've merged is funding my Agric business. So I'll be calling on the first panelist today for the panel 1, which is Agric value chain, where do I fit? And she's popularly called a pretty farmer, right? Her name is Mosmola. So today I'll be calling on Mosmola Omoru to please come up. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Good morning. Yeah, you can sit there. The second panelist for the Agric value chain, where do I fit, is Samson Ogbele.
Also, introducing the second set of panelists, I will bring back the keynote speaker, who is African farmer Mogaji. Please, can you come forward? And
to support him in the discourse on funding my Agric Business. He's also a representative of Bank of Industry. Please, can you come forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome. Okay. All right. So thank you, everybody.
Harvesters Farm Limited, and part of her role is to oversee the development and operations of a large agribusiness operation in the southwestern part of Nigeria. Pretty Miss Farmer, as she is fondly called, was selected as the only Nigerian fellow for the class of 2015 as a young global leader by the World Economic Forum in March 2015. In December 2015, Mosumola was appointed as Senior Technical Advisor, Youth and Gender to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture in Nigeria, a role she passionately served her country in till May 2019. She has since returned fully to the private sector to continue her journey towards social and economic impact within the enterprise ecosystem, both within and outside Nigeria. African farmer Mogaji is the immediate past chairman, Agriculture and Agro-Allied Group, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, an Ashoka Fellow, Cochrane Fellow, and IVLP Fellow. He is reputed to have filled his way to prominence and success in Nigeria's agric sector, with over 2 decades of field experience in crops, livestock, and market linkages across Southwest, Northeast, North Central, and Northwest. He has collaborated on various projects in some African countries like Senegal, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Mali, and Benin Republic, to mention a few. His unquenchable appetite for developmental agriculture led him to become a co-founder of Farm Crowdy, the pioneer company that changed the funding landscape for farmers in Nigeria, and findafarmer.ng, another organization designed to create visibility to help farmers embrace opportunities, especially post-COVID. He was part of a team that turned around a 27,000 acres oil palm company from less than 100,000 naira bank balance to over 25 million naira monthly within 6 months. He is trained by United States government on U.S. food security and foreign policy. He is popular for helping rural and urban youths and corporate new entrants bridge the gap between agribusiness ideas and industry realities. He is the author of the best-selling book, Farming by Revelation.
Okay.
African farmer.
All right, so thank you very much. We don't have all the profiles for audio, but I'd like you, sir, to please introduce yourself from BI.
Good morning. Good morning, all. My name is Richard Imonije. I work for Bank of Industry as the state manager for the Lagos Island branch.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Okay, and our moderator has taught us his thunder kind of clap, so maybe we can apply it as well here. All right, I'm going to read Farmer Samson's profile. I have it on the phone. We don't have the audio, so I'll just quickly run through it. So Farmer Ogbele Samson is the team lead for Euphapsia Place Limited, or Solis Farms Lab, where they use technology as an enabler for agriculture. They grow plants through the use of soil. Without the use of soil, growing plants in the air, an AI-based irrigation system for proper plant monitoring, for optimum yield and predictability of farm production. So agriculture for Farmer Samson is more than just food production. It is the foundation for sustainable development, job creation. So when you're talking about no poverty, healthy living, as well as national development. So Farmer Samson believes agriculture must adopt the business mindset. So it's just beyond, saying I'm a farmer, but you need to think about agriculture as a business. You also need to think about technology, automation, precise data, and also be climate smart. So to this end, Farmer Samson has devoted his time and resources to building modern farms, exploring the latest technologies for agriculture, sharing trainings, and training others, right, to adopt the modern agriculture. So Farmer Samson, you're welcome. Thank you very much. All right, so to begin, Fisai, would you just take us through the structure, the way we've planned it?
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much, Laomi, and thank you very much for anticipating to receive knowledge from these erudite panelists that we have on the platform. We will start by interrogating some of the questions that we think are imperative for us to really understand this Agric business and the sections that we're speaking to, the value chain and so also the funding side of things. So we'll ask a few questions here and there, and then we'll also give you opportunity to tell us what you have to say generally at the end of the question and answers. So you can prepare to speak more at the later end, but we'll start with asking teaser questions just to get insight into the discourse. Hope that's fine.
Yes, that's very clear.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. So I'm going to start the question session, like he explained. We'll start with the Agric value chain, but of course everybody will talk about that. I will go to funding,
Yes.
right, and then all of us will also answer the two. So I'm going to start with Musmola. I mean, we always say ladies first. So, and I'm happy that I'm the one asking you that question. After. Okay, so I mean, we've listened to your profile, we've read through it, and I see that you have background, you have experience, you are passionate, about this Agric business. I mean, I've seen your work on Abira, agricultural education, and all those kind of things that you're doing. And it's obvious that you've seen the whole Agric value chain and, from farm all the way to table. So can you just tell us what informs the choice of the segment to play in rather?
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, good morning, Nigeria, Lagos, wherever you're tuning in into the program from. It's a delight to be here, and thank you to the organizers for bringing me on board. I will piggyback from where African farmers stopped. You've got to know yourself. There is no point saying that this is what best work. You must find what two things could inform your choice and decision. One could be an opportunity that you encounter or you discover or you research on. And the other will be something you're extremely drawn to or passionate about. For me, both have worked at different times. In my journey, I kick-started my agricultural journey with a vision. It was more out of revelation from God. And I was in my 20s when I heard God clearly say to me, I said, what am I supposed to do? And he said, food, period. So guess what? I have tried everything I can along the food, within the food industry. And it's been an exciting journey. So I say first discover yourself, know what you're about, what in Christendom we say what your calling is, right? Understand the assignment. When you have clarity on what the assignment is, then implementing or executing the assignment becomes a lot easier. Now, do not venture into an agribusiness sector that is not suited for your personality type, because the tendency to fail is greater than if you find something that suits you. I'll give you a case reference point. My younger sister has allergies to certain fruits. It would be foolishness for her to venture into processing or production of those fruits because she will send herself to an early grave if she's not careful. So when we say understand who you are, it's very critical. What are the strengths that you carry? What skill sets do you have? What educational background are you from? What competencies do you carry? African Farmer said in his keynote, capacity is very critical and will be integral to the opportunities that you will unlock in the coming years. I'll give you one final reference before I hand the mic to someone else. You have all seen the emergence of QSRs in Nigeria. QSR means quick service restaurants. For me, I have positioned all of my businesses in a manner that there is no QSR that has potential for growth, 20, 30 retail stores in Nigeria that we will not do business with. Now, these are not things I post on social media, because guess what? The real numbers don't come on social media, right? These are things that I fight for behind the scene. I mean, if you're the owner of Burger King, that's the only one I haven't met, and I'm just putting that on the record, right? But the others, from Dodo Pizza to Mr. Biggs, to name them, we have to have them on speed dial, because that's the raw material for production for us is big business, and we're positioning to be one of their biggest vendors. So you've got to find what works for you. You've got to understand where you want to play, and you've got to understand, I mean, when you understand that segment, when you understand the competencies you bring to table, for example, if you're an accountant or someone with financial knowledge, then don't go setting up a farm. Set a business advisory firm that fundraises for agribusinesses. It's a simple, it's a niche you carve out, and you charge your percentage, 1-2% per million or each transaction. So if I'm doing $1 million transaction and you're earning 1 to 5% for fundraising for me, come on, that is consistent income. And the question is, how many SMEs today want to raise $1 million? So position yourself as the go-to person for fundraising. So start from the place of strength and place of knowledge. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Farmer Samson, what's you're operating a very unique business model. Would you say that you stumbled on that, or is it out of passion, or you say you were also called for that?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, thanks to the organizers. I actually picked the middle seat deliberately because daddy to the right, mommy to the left. You have no understanding, like I'm covered. Okay. Why did I pick my niche? So, I did not study Agric. I am one of those that stumbled into Agric. I studied biochemistry first, and there is this thing we do in Nigeria called NYC, which is kind of compulsory. And during NYC, I was sent to IITA. I remember the first time I saw IITA, and I was thinking, so the only name I've ever heard before that was NIIT, which in Lagos is the computer stuff. And I'm like, what's a biochemist going to do in a computer college? What will I be doing there? I mean, I don't understand. And when I got in there, I remember my boss then, Dr. Nobet Maria, I saw there was a gap. And like mommy said, the gap was something I could feel because of my knowledge in biochemistry. When African Farmer was talking, he said something about all things work together for good for them that love God. When I was studying biochemistry, farm was not in the plan. I mean, if any pastor said farm, I would say you are fake. I mean, I don't need to pray about this, I understand. But somehow I got into farming because I got in there and I realized they needed to reduce the price of yam in the markets. And the reason why the price of yam was super high was because if you grow something like maize, from a maize cob, you can get up to 100 plants. But for yam, you need a tuber to get a tuber. Now, which means the only way for them to reduce the amount of yam was to find a way to reduce the price of the seed for planting yam. So, my first 1 week in IITA, God knows how many yam books I had to read. Because I was coming from a background that was not Agric. I was thrown into a project that was about yam, so I needed to understand everything I could know about yam. And I realized, okay, there are things like mini set cutting, cut the yam into smaller pieces. There were things like vine cutting where we could produce yams from the vine, but these things were not taken off. Then I remember Dr. Maria saying that there is also something called aeroponics. We need to grow yams in the air. For some weird reason, I didn't see it as strange. All I just thought was, okay, grow yam in the air. Okay, so grow plant without soil. Fine, let me go and read. Luckily, I saw somebody was doing it abroad, but not for yam. They were growing things like lettuce abroad, courtesy of NASA. I reached out to the man and I asked him, can this thing work in Nigeria for yam? And the guy said no. I'm like, well, you are not God anyway. So I went back, had to read as much as I could to understand the nutritions for yam, what does yam need per time, how do we get these nutrients. I remember, I think that was 2013, the first time we saw the first tuber. We celebrated it. Like, this is actually yam from the air. And like that. And one of the things that had kept me going around the production aspect was, courtesy of IITA, I realized there was a huge gap between research and the farm. So a lot was going on in research, but very little was happening on the farm. So I realized, okay, this is a place I can actually turn into a business. 2, everywhere I went to and I said I'm into soilless farming, it sounded like I was speaking jargons. So I knew, okay, this is it. Now, the next thing was, back then, for you to set up an hydroponic system or an aeroponic system, you need to have like millions and millions. So how can I domesticate this technology? So that somebody in Ogbomoso, somebody in Abuja, you can just go around your premises and pick local assets to deploy this same technology. So I knew that there were 3 things I needed. 1, I was not from a business background. So I thought, okay, go to business school, that would help. Could help. So I knew that for that to work, I needed to now latch on to my elders in the industry so that I will learn from their experience. I remember those days, okay, it's still the same thing till now. Every Monday, African Farmer is always on radio. I never missed it. Why? I needed to learn from other people's experience. So that was part 1. So I learned business from listening to other people that were already in business. I knew I needed to partner with people that already knew business. That was 1. 2, to try to succeed in what I was doing, I knew I needed to collaborate with others who understand the mechanics, the technical area, because I am from biochemistry. All I know is I can mix this and this to get what I want. But somebody needs to build the system that I want. So anybody that probably online, you are like, you don't want something that is technical, I will reach out to you. There was no pride. I mean, forget my age, forget what I have studied. Even if you're in secondary school, I will come under you, come, let's build this thing together. That for me was number 2. Number 3, like African Farmer said, was a need to keep developing my capacity. Because like I was discussing with one of our staff in the office a while back on one of my favorite parts of the Bible, which is Proverbs 24:10, that says that if you fail in the time of adversity, your strength is weak. So I understood that surely trouble will come, because the Bible says surely they must gather. So gathering is not a shugbo or tabi, it's a matter of time that we gather. But what will keep me going is keep developing capacity, and that's the story so far.
Impressive.
Wow, that's awesome. I like the fact that you bridge the gap with knowledge. So research is key. You can't just jump into anything without knowing what you're doing. So it's very important. You know, all the things you've said and what he has said aligns with what African Farmer said earlier on in his keynote. You know, he said something that, what are you wired for? You know, you got to IITA and you were able to see that gap because of your background in biochemistry. And you had the clear vision of what you needed to do. It's like, it's innate, it's what you're wearing for. So, African Farmer, I know we're looking at the time there and it's like a countdown, so it's good that it's guiding us. But I just wanted to just touch a bit on this value chain, you know, the question we asked about knowing where to fit in the value chain based on what you had said earlier in your keynotes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The value chain is huge. And in the next 5 years, there's still no competition. And unfortunately, people don't believe that we are not competing yet. We should be co-petition, so to speak, if there's any word like that. So when you even pick poultry, you have people just growing maize, on a commercial scale to sell to specific people. We're not producing enough soya, enough corn, enough alternative to corn. We're not even producing enough day-old chicks. The price is going from 50 to 400. It's a business for someone to say, I will drop this price. Now, anything you can think of, even Gary, I share this. About 3 years ago at the Lagos Trade Fair, one man was coming from Ghana and was selling Gary. The Gary was white. It was a type of cassava. And the man was bringing Gary, 1 week program. Every other day, they were bringing Gary by road to sell there. And there was a long queue. And that is the poor man's food in Nigeria. But it was the middle upper class queuing to buy Gary. Now, when we talk about value chain, even cassava sticks, you want to grow commercial cassava now, the stick is not available. When we're talking about maize, government banned maize, but there was no seed to plant maize. So we have too much opportunities. And the first thing is, like Mosun said, you can come in with a gap. You don't have to be called. You can call yourself. Isaiah called himself. They said, who will we send? Isaiah said, send me. God is not interested in Christian, Muslim, traditionalists to produce food. He just wants somebody to produce food. And I always say this, when you want to buy food, do you ask, and I ask you, is it Muslim that produced your tomato? Is it Christian that sold the fertilizer? Is it traditionalist that supplied it to the eateries? We don't care. So bottom line is that with the opportunities in the country, we've not even touched the fashion side of agriculture. We've not touched it. And I'll just end with this. If you look on the panel, I'm just saying that both private sector and government, BOI, we're all wearing spectacles. We're all wearing spectacles, we call it glasses. Meaning that it's possible for us to look at things through the same lens. Because when your eyes is defective, you need spectacles. So government and private sector here now, we are using the same lens. So bottom line is collaboration. We need government, private sector, and we need youth to come on board. And guess what? Just to speak to little funding. There is funding in the country that Samson and myself are working on that is available for youths. They are looking for 100,000 youths to access between 250,000 to 5 million uncollateralized. The fund has been in Nigeria for over a year. They can't find people with the capacity to access it. So is it funding that is not available, or your capacity to access information, a capacity to package to leverage the funding? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, we'll hear more about the funding. Let's reserve that for a minute. Let me go back to Mosumola quickly. So, still talking about this value chain. How do we determine which segment of the value chain to play in as a prospective farmer or a player in the industry? How do I determine which segment is most profitable, or what would inform which segments to play in, whatever the motive is?
Okay, so this is what I always say to people, and this is one of the things that drives my decisions. Foremost, you have to determine whether this is for you a hobby or it's a business. If it's a business, then every business principle must come to play, whether it's fundraising, whether it's the aspect along the value chain, because like everyone has alluded, the agricultural value chains, the opportunities are enormous. So you want to position yourself strategically where, one, you have the most competence, two, where you have identified an opportunity, three, where you find where you think you have competence or the skill set, 4, I go back to opportunity, because sometimes opportunity meets preparedness, and then you can then have a business. 2 business opportunities have been thrown out this morning during the keynote, and it's the fact that there may be a tomato scarcity within a window sometime next year. We normally have that scarcity regardless, but the challenge is not many people, I mean, Samson and I have been doing some work behind the scene as well, but not many people still have the capacity and the ability to plug in their production cycle to bridge that gap. So there's a lot of, so the first thing I say to people now is, if you're interested in agribusiness, first step is to go and study. Now, some of us have started businesses and are competing with people you should be interning under or working for. Let's throw pride away. Many people have no business running businesses because you lack the discipline to run a business. You lack the individual capacity to drive a business to growth. You may be able to trade and generate revenue, but Nigeria is not bereft of traders. Nigeria currently lacks people who have the capacity to identify a vision, run with that vision, take that vision to scale, make that vision sustainable, and outlive them in a manner that creates impact. Direct impact to consumers, direct impact to GDP, providing nutrition for citizens in the country, generating revenue for self. The first drivers for starting businesses for most people in Nigeria is making money. And the first way to fail in agribusiness is to run just about, I want to be a billionaire. If you want to be a billionaire tomorrow morning, please, agribusiness is not for you. Because like agriculture, there are phases and stages. It starts with a seed. The seed must be nurtured. You throw the seed in the soil, or you put it in the air, suspend it like Samson does. You put it in water, hydroponics. It starts with a seed, and that seed is your vision. When you identify the value chain you want to work in, then you position, and then you begin to apply nutrients, and then you nurture, and then it grows. So it's not a get-rich-quick scheme. So for all of you who are excited about receiving 40% return on investment every month, I'm sorry. It's the reason why scammers and con artists will thrive, because people are not ready to be patient. The farmer throws a seed in the soil, he waits for it to grow. God is like the farmer. How many of you were raised overnight? You all started with a seed. It was a sperm, a spermatozoa, and an egg that was fertilized in your mother's womb, that was nurtured for 9 months, and she brought forth after 9 months, and you started a journey called life, and that's you, an individual. Some are 5, some are 30, some finish theirs at 10 years old and they expire. Some last till they are 90. So there's a gestation period, and we've got to understand, why have foreigners come into Nigeria in their droves, start businesses, and it lasts 50, 60, 70, 100 years? Why are they able to go to our financial institutions and raise funding, raise capital, drive their business, have growth plans, hire Nigerians, locals, who don't leave? They grumble behind the scene, but they stay on the job. Why have those businesses survived? Why has a company like Chi, Zartec, have lived many years in Nigeria, run and founded by Lebanese, now being bought by, Chi has been bought by Coca-Cola, right? So It's moved one generation to another generation. They've transited. They now have sustainability plan. There's a growth plan, and it's being executed largely by Nigerians. Why is it working? Why, on the other hand, would my own citizens and fellow Nigerians not be disciplined enough to go the long haul? It's time to forget this get-rich-quick madness that has permeated our land. They are killing us. We're killing ourselves with lies. If you want to build anything that would last, it takes time. And that time must be invested.
Yeah,
so you will identify opportunities when you're ready to put in the work, and it is tied to time.
Wow. I've taken lecture notes. You can see me typing on my phone. I've taken a lot of key points. So thank you very much for those deep insights. I love your points, but I still want to hold on to that profitability because of return on investment. So I'm going to ask Mr. Richard here, based on your experience, working in Bank of Industry, based on maybe some analysis that you have done, which sector do you think, and I mean, we're not going to hold you, but it's just basically your experience. What do you think? Just launching us the same questions you was answering, but based on your own experience.
The mic, can you press it down until you get a green beep?
Okay. I wanted to say I'm not a farmer, so sitting with three panelists that are farmers throws me off the edge somehow. But I haven't been in the bank for a couple of years and haven't interacted with a number of entrepreneurs in that space. Now, for me, I would say two things. Passion, right? Because you must enjoy, like she said rightly, you must enjoy what you do. It's not like you must wake up every morning and want to go to the place of business, really. Now, the second one, and which is very critical, is opportunity. Opportunity in the sense that there must be a problem that you must have identified, right, that you are providing solutions for. Okay, now, the thing is, like she said rightly, if your take is for quick gains, then agribusiness is not for you, right? Now, but if a problem you have identified and you have that you are providing solutions for, I can guarantee you that finance will come, really, because you can imagine a population of over 200 million people and still counting, and you have identified a problem that you are solving, and it's in this agri space. The value chain is enormous, it's huge. You can imagine from farm to table what it takes, processing, logistics, storage, so there's a number of value chain. I'll give you a simple story. Like Morgan just said, sometime next year we are going to be experiencing scarcity in tomato. Okay, now, but I stayed in Bauchi between 2010 and 2012, and during scarcity of tomatoes, you go to the market and there's no tomato to buy, but you see these local women bring out dried tomatoes. They have dried them up. Okay, so what you do is when you buy them, you just put them in parboiled water. Now you boil the water a bit, and you put them, they get some moisture, and you go and blend. You'll be amazed that when you now blend, they taste as fresh as if they were harvested yesterday. So you must almost identify exactly what problem in this value chain you want to solve. So that will help you to plug into the space. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir.
So just to also ask more on the funding point, if you can buttress on what's BOI's appetite of generally funding appetite for small-scale farmers, or are you really more inclined to lending to the big scale or the medium scale? What's your appetite for Agric?
Okay, the bank's appetite it's a wide range, really. Now, the number of programs that we have, there's the Jeff program. Okay, Jeff, Graduate Entrepreneurship Fund for fresh graduates out of school. Okay. we have micro lendings, meaning that for small scale, very small, micro, medium enterprises that are looking for funding in the agribusiness space. Now, but I must say this, that our emphasis is not on primary agriculture, okay, in the sense that our emphasis is on adding value. Okay, now, because there are a lot of wastages, really, after post-harvest. Now, the problem we have with, it's not like you mentioned rightly, there are a number of, for want of raw materials. Now, but in addition to that, that is not enough. You can now imagine adding wastages to it. Okay, you can imagine during seasons of oranges, you'll be amazed that the number of oranges that would go waste is even more than the ones that will be consumed. So for us at the Bank of Industry, our focus is how do we add value? How do entrepreneurs add value to this agro-produce, right? So our appetite is for entrepreneurs that are willing to add values by way of acquiring equipment, okay, that can help them add value to this and also provide this as maybe finished goods or semi-raw materials for other big enterprises.
Okay. Well, thank you. So BOI will focus more on processing, value addition and all that. That's very good. Okay, so we still have about 90 minutes to wrap up the opportunity in the value chain before we now fully move to funding. So we'll still come back to you with a lot more questions. So my question now is directed to Samson. I mean, you have this unique model, you know, growing. In fact, I've decided now that I'm going to go to my backyard in the air and I'll just grow yam and I'll never buy yam again. I'll never buy yam again, but of course I'll have to learn from you first. But I mean, I want you to tell us more about emerging opportunities, you know, in this agric space generally.
All right. Thank you very much. To discuss the emerging opportunities, I would say first and foremost, as somebody coming into agric, I see agriculture as a tool. Now, why do I say that? If I hold a screwdriver and I want to probably hammer a nail, and you see me using the screwdriver to hit the nail, the problem is not with the screwdriver, the problem is with me, because I'm using the tool wrongly. Now, same thing, agriculture over time I have realized can be used for three things. Now, the first thing you can use agriculture to do is to build wealth. The second thing you can use agriculture to do is to create income, or to build wealth, to create income, or create employment. Then the third thing is to provide food. Now, to make this make sense, because I want to bring it back to creating opportunities, the question is, what do you want to use agric for? Because I think somewhere in the Bible it says that where there is no vision, the people perish. What vision do you really have for you coming into agric as a person? I'll give you an example. Back then in IITA, we had this slogan, if you want to feed people, grow cassava. If you want to make money, grow yam. Interpretation, there is a crop for wealth, there is a crop for feeding people. Now, if my vision is wealth and I grow a crop for feeding people, people will be fed. As a farmer, I will be poor. So the question is, what do you really want from agric? Now, if you want wealth, there are opportunities around wealth. Take, for instance, I am not going to grow every crop available in Nigeria. Why? Not every crop meets the mandate that I have for myself. How do I mean? I can use hydroponics to grow ugu. I can use hydroponics to grow lettuce. How much is ugu in the market? How much is lettuce? Yes, ugu will feed the poor. God takes care of the poor. It doesn't have to be me. God will create other people that will feed them. I don't know if that makes any sense. So, the question is first, what is your vision? Now, based on that vision, if my vision is to create wealth, I can start looking at opportunities in that area. Even if I want to come into the area of production, where are the gaps that will provide wealth? For example, there are a whole lot of things around production that are opportunities. One is drone service. We do not have enough drones as it is in Nigeria. When I say drones, it's not drones for snapping pictures, but drones for land mapping. We don't have that enough in Nigeria. Drones that can spray fertilizers, that can apply a pesticide and insecticide. We don't have enough of that. We were able to get one recently, and unfortunately, as Shameful as it might sound, I don't even know how to fly the drone. Every time we need to fly the drone, we have to bring Femi Farmer from Lagos.
Tell them how much
The drone. You don't want to know how much you pay Femi Farmer to agree to come from Lagos. And if he is coming and he says, sorry, I can't come, something happened, spray don't stop that day. So that is one opportunity. There are opportunities around irrigation. Right now, I remember as a January, we were buying drip tape for 30,000 naira. Now we buy drip tape for 80,000 naira. And for every drip tape you see in the market in Nigeria, it is money leaving the country. What if we can have somebody that would domesticate these irrigation systems so that we can produce them in Nigeria? I'll give an example using that irrigation. One of the reasons why food is expensive is because of our irrigation system. Because when there is rain, some foods are cheap. When the rain goes, the food becomes expensive. What if we could have irrigation to produce all year round? What that would automatically mean is the cheapest that product can be becomes the regular price of that food all year round in the market, such that we will no longer divide poverty using food. So there are opportunities in irrigation. There are opportunities in data still around production. Take, for instance, we built greenhouses for people and greenhouses. I remember there was a time I built a greenhouse somewhere. When we got there, we had to ask, what is the wind speed in this area? There was no record. So we had to ask the locals, they're like, Lobai has no measurement. So we just use wisdom to do the Lobai. After we were done building, a month later, a good rain came with a wind that knew what it was doing. It changed the direction of our roof of this greenhouse. Why? Just because there was no data for wind. Even ordinary rainfall, because at times when we say data, people say things like, oh, it's because I don't have the tools. You can even measure the amount of rain that falls in your area and keep the data. Just get a bowl. When rain is falling, put it on top of a stool. When the rain is done falling, pour it inside any measuring container. Measure the water, write it down. Measure, keep writing. At some point, somebody is going to need that information. And that information you can sell, because with that, we are able to know, oh, this is the amount of rain to expect between this time and this time, based on whether the past 3, 4, 5 years. So we have opportunities in that area. There are opportunities in the area of packaging, a whole lot. I am sure for most of us, when we go and get our groceries, you say you are buying organic, but your nylon is anti-environment, it's not climate smart. But there are opportunities around having biodegradable materials that we can use for packaging. There are opportunities around clamshells, and these things can be domesticated. There are even opportunities in universities. Rather than having research and trying to count how many legs in the cockroach that nobody cares about, these researches can be targeted towards our own real problem. Because if we have research that actually, what's the word now, that gives solutions to our reality, you realize that these solutions that they prefer can actually become the springboard that BOI can invest in.
That's right.
Such that youth comes out already as an entrepreneur, just needed to go and stay under mentorship. Because it is one thing to have the knowledge. So another area there is big opportunity is the area of information. We do not have platforms that you can go to and say, okay, I'm just a new farmer, I want to learn maize farming. Which platform can I go to that I would stay under tutorship? Now, I am not saying YouTube. Because like I always say, you cannot become a doctor from watching YouTube. So who told you can become a farmer from watching YouTube? No, it's not enough, mommy. You have to go practical. So there are opportunities in cold storage. Then there are opportunities in AI. There are opportunities in blockchain. And I always like giving this example. If I ask anybody in the audience right now, you know the name of the maker of your wristwatch, right? You know the person that made your clothes. You know the designers. Before you buy anything, you are like, is this original or not? Question, is your food original? Do you know the person that is producing the food that you are eating? Does that make any sense? So, do you know how to trace your food back to a source? I always like giving this example, sorry because I've taken too much time, but I always like giving this example. If we compare the year 1960 to the year 2021 that we are right now, let's compare in technology. 2021 technology is better. In communication, 2021 is better. In healthcare, 2021 is better. Guess what? In diseases, 2021 is better or greater. Mommy said it's greater. Now, we would have assumed that with technology, we should live longer. But why is it that the lifespan is shorter because our food now is getting destroyed. So the question is, who monitors that? Do you have a way to hold your farmer accountable? So that is where blockchain can come in, that you can say, oh, this was the driver that moved this from this. This was the input used per time. This is what I am eating. You cannot say you care about your future, you care about the life, and you don't care about your food. It's just, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Just 1 second. She has a point to add to that, just for a minute before we move on. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Samson. So we're deep diving into the opportunities. And I like the fact that he's spoken about traceability. But for those of us who are now saying, what can I do? And that's why I said initially, what do you have? What strengths do you carry? Now, diseases and infection and poor health is on the rise. I proudly say that despite the predictions that when COVID-19 hit, we were going to die in our millions on the continent, thankfully, Africa still remains the immunity capital of the world. And I'll tell you why. Our food source. Now, if our food source, which we say is broken at the moment, could still sustain us, then imagine when we begin to pay closer attention to how we grow our food, where our food comes from, how we move our food to the market. Many of you need to begin to think out of the box. Do not just focus on primary production. Is one aspect of the value chain. It's the bottom of the pyramid. Now you need to begin to move along the value chain to beyond production to packaging. Samson has spoken about nylons, irrigations. How do we begin to do conversions of all the pure water sachets in Lagos and convert them to irrigation tapes? Big business opportunity out there. Recycling is a big complementary business opportunity for the agricultural sector. Food waste collection, recycling food waste for compost, for manure, because if we're saying we want to do organic, it means that everything, as you're doing a food trace from the farm to table, you must ensure that every component of your production is not synthetic, it is organic. And that means your fertilizer, that means your seeds, your input. Now, I like to say this all the time, and it's that for agribusiness to grow, we need to move from traditional methods on some fronts to begin to adapt technology and new means of operations. And that requires mechanization. Some of us need to go and learn how to operate some of this farm equipment. Samson has spoken about drone services for digital mapping, area zoning, land mapping and all of that. Because when we do know our farm size, many people buy farm lands and then they hire a consultant who just gives them a spreadsheet of what to buy. And half the time, the inputs you're paying for far outweighs the land size you require, that you have in your holding. So that knowledge is why you're being cheated. But if you knew what your exact land size is from a map, and you can then plan your operations, then you can develop a business plan that helps you identify exactly what you need per time. Now, I'll close with this. For you to begin to identify opportunities, per capita consumption, for example, a product like chickens, poultry, in developed markets or climes is about 25 kilos per capita per annum. It means that each citizen is expected to consume 25 kilos on average of poultry, chicken, beef, that's per capita. Now, in a country where we have 200 million citizens estimated and still counting, it means the per capita consumption is 200 million times 25 kilos. That is what we require from one food source: protein, chicken, beef, pork meat. Basic. That's something those are the kind of data you need to begin to process. Now, if that is, and today in Nigeria and Africa as a whole, per capita consumption is still between 3 and 5 kilos. So there is a deficit of about 20 kilograms per capita, right? Based on global standards and global practice. So how do we fill that gap? And we're not producing, we're not consuming, not just for buying power. It's from a knowledge perspective. So there's a buying power component, there is a knowledge component that people don't even know they need to eat that much to stay healthy. And there is an environmental challenge. So there's many opportunities in that area. Some of you need to spend time researching and putting those data out there. That's one. The other thing is that for health purpose, now many people are beginning to become health conscious. We're going to have a rise in obesity challenge like America has had over the years in Nigeria. So big business opportunity for people like Asdams, J-Booms, people who are providing health benefit solutions on how to lose weight, how to calculate your calories, how to eat right, how to live right, So the opportunities, so what you need to do is rather than just assume and only come to this conference and leave thinking that you should go and farm, is that you begin to zero in on what are the problems that are emerging. People have come out of COVID. What kind of lifestyle do people now need to imbibe to stay healthy post-COVID? I saw a business opportunity during COVID. I was not at home for one day during COVID.
Wow.
I was on the road every day during COVID. Thanks to the mask and thanks to the permits that we had as
essential services.
Essential service provider. You people were doing tech. You couldn't put your tech on your plate to consume during COVID. You were looking for us to feed you. And you see, it's about positioning. So not only was I producing food, I was also distributing food. So I moved into logistics. So I now have a food logistics company. Now, we don't come on social media and brandish all of those things. But behind the scene, we're constantly wearing our lens and where are the opportunities? Where are the gaps? What are people crying about? Every business owner in Nigeria is crying about delivery service.
Logistics.
I sent to this company, the dispatch rider has not reached there. They did not feel it. Someone just needs to come with solutions that automate that process and make it seamless. You tech guys can do that. So think out of the box. Be innovative, and then we can solve.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mosumala. Thank you to you too. I think we need to hear from Farmer Mogaji briefly, because our time is almost up. We need to hear briefly on what other opportunities. We've heard a lot, and I believe you've gotten more insights around opportunities in this sector.
Yes, sir.
We'll hear briefly.
Briefly.
No.
Briefly.
Yes.
Yeah, so once you land on the briefing, you can just take up on financing, because we're already moving to finance. So just take us up on financing.
So I see two challenges that also is an opportunity in Nigeria. That's the mindset to profitability, which is quality and quantity. He plays in quality. I play in quantity. I want to feed the nation. Anything, all the tech, I can embrace, but it's not my concern. The village people want to feed. A majority of Lagos don't belong to the middle upper. They are the middle lower. I want to feed them. So basically, what do you want? And we are still friends. We are not competing. The industry is large. So quality. ShopRite and the likes want quality, so there's a challenge with consistency in supply. Can you meet this consistency in supply? Can you supply Mosun? Can you set up to supply him because he already has the market? Quality, consistency. And two is the quality. The likes of the Dangote tomatoes, the Terra Agro, the commercial players want consistency also in commercial quantity. Is not available. None of the big players are operating 60%. None of them in the country. Go and find out. Because they don't have enough quantity. Check the cassava people, check the tomato people, check the chia people, check all of them. They want to expand, but there's no commercial quantity. And even when they have some quantity, there's no quality to it. So if they need brisk level of 4% in tomato for the tomato processors, they don't get the 4% brisk level. So they operate at 30% capacity. So look at it from, do you want to do big? Do you want to do small? Then also pay attention to the fact that Genesis 2:8, God said, after he did everything, he went to plant a garden. But he told man, work the whole land. Do commercial farming. Me, I will do garden. So there's a place for everybody. Then in funding, you must get something straight. Money is in the country. How many of us here, the moderators, they speak Polish English. I don't speak like them. So how many of us in our institutions, universities, polytechnics, and co, were taught how to raise funding for our businesses or scale? No. So if you were taught to become an accountant, you have to be trained to raise funds. You don't get trained to raise funds, you won't get the funds. You can get funds to start, but you can't get funds to scale. To BOI and co, they need to help us also. In Zambuk 2018, we saw a farmer who produced tomatoes and the tomatoes were rotting away. What did we do? They were selling a basket of tomato, the biggest for 200 naira. The biggest for 200 naira. And he had 5 acres rotting away. So we put resources together, myself and Buki, Niger Pride, and we bought 2 trailers. Brought it to Lagos, sold for 1.5. Sent like 200 naira back to sell to the farmer at 400 naira. So it's not also a function that there's no supply. There's no bridge in logistics. The farmers are producing, and that's why we need BOI and you to look into funding in the rural communities. The people that can process don't speak good English. They can't write business plan. If you can write business plan for them, fine. But the food that is wasting is in the rural community. Where they need the processors, it's in the urban. But most important, we need a 2-grade system in Nigeria. Grade 1 is the international standard. Grade 2 is what we need to consume. We don't have to produce the standard that is Europe standard. The Europeans put a standard because that is where they have grown through. If our brisk level is 3%, we don't care if the brisk level is 10%. NAFDAC and BOI can come together to say, let us take the standard. By the way, all purees, I stand on authority. All the tomato processing that we buy, it is mostly soya bean starch and cassava starch and 20% tomato. So if it is 20% tomato and our tomato is still 100%, go and find out. So bottom line is that we need a 2-grade system. India did it before they got to where they are. There is one that you cannot take out. Even during the vaccines, there were some that you could not take to Nigeria. It was for them. So guess what? We need to go in local now to produce for us. China doesn't think of Nigeria when they are producing. They think of Chinese. When Americans are writing books, they don't care if it is Europe. They write books for themselves. It is time for us to make do with what we have. Commercial, that is where I am. But the challenge is that if we don't work together, no matter how big you get to, one bad policy by a bad policy advisor will calm you down. That is what has happened this year. But next year, there's money to be made. If you have lost money, next year is a good year. But collaboration is key.
Yes.
Hallelujah.
We all want to make the money next year.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. I mean, we just need to think about ourselves when we are developing policies, when we are producing and going commercial, which is very key. Okay, so I come to you, Mr. Richard, and Bank of Industry, you already talked about BOI, focuses on value addition and processing, but I just want you to touch a bit more what funding opportunities exist for new and existing businesses at Bank of Industry. Funding opportunities, yes.
Like I mentioned before, there are a number of funding opportunities that are available. Now, but the challenge is not first, there's a difference between access to funding and availability of funding. Okay, now, availability is there. Mogaji has attested to it. Now, but the access to fund, the journey to access the fund is the challenge. Now, what we have noticed from experience is we want quick fixes. Our entrepreneurs, they want quick fixes. Now, you want a facility. We're an organization. You want a facility, and we have a checklist that you must tick. Okay, now the basic thing, which is the feasibility study, you must know the business you want funding for. Like you mentioned rightly, Mr. Mogachi, you must know exactly what funding, what the right funding for this business that you want to do. Now, that can be communicated to us via the feasibility study. Now, but if you take the average feasibility study that we get, they're just internet downloads, really, typical. So when you begin to interact with them, you discover that the person that is even seeking funding does not even understand what he has compiled together, really. So first, you must understand exactly what business you want to do, so that when somebody takes you up on it, because for us, the challenge is not the funding. We want funding that we have given out to come back to us so that we can on-lend again to people, right? So there are a number of availability, like she also said, you must be able to position yourself. Now, we have a number of youth here. Now, BOI is giving funding. CBN is also giving funding. I don't know how many of you are aware that there's a new program that was even launched 2 days ago by CBN. For young people, the ties funding. I'm sure a number of people are not aware. Yes, a number of young people are not aware. So, you see, a lot of us carry smartphones. So sometimes I wonder what we do with these smartphones, really. Okay, right? What do we do with them? We must seek information and find solutions to our own typical problems, basically.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I think we need to wrap up now. Let's just quickly have closing statements. 30 seconds if you can, starting with Samson. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So as a closing statement, I always say we must move as a people to a point where we remember that food production cannot be seasonal because hunger is not seasonal. And to do that, everybody has a role to play. Whether or not you are a farmer, you are still part of the farming value chain. Even if you decide not to plug into any aspect of the value chain, please be a responsible consumer. That food that you are throwing away inside your dustbin is not just money you are throwing out. It is somebody's hunger that you are extending. To please stop discriminating against food. Whether the banana looks very yellow or it's not that yellow, at the end, now the same nutrients they inside them. So please stop discriminating against food. Thank you.
Put your hands together for him. Moson, over to you.
Okay, so I say, as a farmer, as a business owner, I try to encourage people that the pursuit of wealth is great, but what is even greater is your ability to position for impact. When you create value and you're driven by impact, and that will outlive you, and money chases you. I have to be honest. Sometimes I get even the businesses that I am supplying, that we are producing for, to help us fundraise. And that's how good it can be. But you've got to lay the foundation for that to happen. Get rid of the smoke screen. The opportunities in Nigeria. I know there's a huge exodus. Everyone wants to go to Canada, and you want to go to the Americas, and you want to go to Asia. But think, if the average Nigerian spends 1,000 naira per meal per day, it means that there is a 2 billion naira food spend. Sorry, 2 billion, yes, right? 2 billion food spend per day. What keeps me awake is what portion of that 2 billion naira daily food spend. Food. I haven't said raw material for textile. I haven't said construction. I am only looking for my share of your pocket. 2 billion naira daily, what share of that 2 billion is revenue coming to my business and profit coming to my pocket on a daily basis? If all I get is 50 kobo per capita per day, do the numbers. Those are the things that keep me awake. I hope I can distort your sleep for the rest of your lives. Have a wonderful Saturday.
Wow, wow, super, thank you so much. Okay, Agric Farmer, you could just give us your closing statement. Thank you.
2 websites I will recommend for you. Find a farmer. If you are interested in agric, be found by foreigners, developmental partners, banks, BOI, so that they can have a second opinion on you, be trackable. It's a new platform, still working, but go there, register so that you can be traced and verified. 2 is forcmillions.ng. 4, figure 4, cmillions.ng. We put together a product on how to raise funding for any agri project. And 2 is we're adding how to start and grow, because there are dynamics in agribusiness. There's the political dynamics. Oh, by the way, year preceding election, there is a way to raise the fund. Election year is another dynamics. I've been studying and working on this for years. So if you want to raise funding, you must work with accurate information. You must be in a group, in a community that you can access good information. Very crucial. 2022, 2023, we need to feed our people. If you don't get into the value chain, you and I will suffer for it. So that you will feel it more than me. Yeah, because I have the network. And finally, the funding space is a bit challenged, but it comes with COVID. It comes with insurgency. And it must come with some measure of forgiveness. Because most of the people running agribusiness don't know about insurgency. In fact, for us, and I wrap up with that, our staffs ran away when the herdsmen issue got heated. And so likewise, many people also who were funding projects. So bottom line is that next year we need to come together to be able to feed our people. The weather is hitting us more than policy. And so let's get prepared, look for a space, and God is waiting for you there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So, Richard, your turn.
Okay, for me, I would say seek opportunities. Identify problems within the value chain that you can solve, really, because that is where you can add value and try to become like Musumala.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. You will agree with me that it's been an interesting session this morning, and you must have gotten 1 or 2 insights that would go a long way in guiding your venture into this agri space. If you are venturing, and if you're already a player in the industry, you will have gotten 1 or 2 ideas from the experiences that have been shared this morning. Let's give them another round of applause as we move up to take a group photograph.
Okay, so there were a couple of questions from the audience, but we're out of time. So what we will just do is we'll try to relate those questions to them, and the answers we get, we can send them maybe like in a document. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was, I can't even find the words. That was mind-blowing. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much to all our panelists, to the moderators. My notes are full because first we have to start feeding ourselves and start producing for ourselves, and we need strategies to be tailored. I've learned that you can use Agric for three purposes, right? You can use it to build wealth, to create employment, and to feed people. Interesting, wonderful. Agric is a business. It's not what you're doing for your hobby, so you must treat it like a business. Thank you so, so, so much to all our panelists. Thank you for telling us that there are opportunities everywhere. Please, can we put our hands together for them? Yes, so right now we are going to have our info session where the representatives of IITA, NAFDAC, BOI will be talking to us. So would invite them one after the other to address us. Okay, so the first person that I'll be inviting is a representative of the IITA. His name is Mr. Nels van der Bosch. He's going to be telling us about opportunities. Can we please put our hands together for him? Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and well, still good morning for everyone, almost good afternoon. Yes, this is a little bit, I wasn't prepared to give this presentation, but I was asked to do it, so my apologies if something does not come out perfectly. This was a last minute thing. So, my name is Niels van den Bos. I'm the business manager of CropNuts AgriServe, which is part of IITA Business Incubation Platform. CropNuts AgriServe is actually a joint venture between CropNuts in Kenya and IITA here in Nigeria. And basically we're involved in soil analysis, water analysis, fertilizer analysis, and then we also provide recommendations. So I just wanted to talk very shortly about bring the conversation from value chain development a little bit back to the roots of agricultural production, which can be argumented is soil analysis. Now to start off, I think it's already been told many times now, Nigeria has a lot of opportunities when it comes to agricultural development. I mean, it is an enormous country. There's a lot of young, strong people. They know what they're doing. And also, what I want to point out, the wealth of knowledge in terms of agriculture. There are so many people here who are farming and they have so much knowledge. However, what sort of lacks here is the innovation, agricultural innovations. And I think creating not only the lack of innovations, but maybe also the access to these innovations and the knowledge about these innovations. I think that's very important in terms of agricultural development here in Nigeria and also in terms of value chain development. Now, bringing the agricultural sector to the next level, it's really important that we're able to scale up innovations, agricultural innovations. Obviously, it creates more yield, which in fact will help farmers to produce more, or to earn more, I mean. And also, don't forget that innovations actually helps to smoothen the value chain development on itself. Now, what I also want to stress is that an innovation is not necessarily, once you scale up an innovation, it's not necessarily a one-size-fits-all thing. You need innovations should be part of like an input package. I think, and going back all the way, what I mentioned to the root of this discussion is to the basis of the value chain is the actual production. And at the base of agricultural production is inevitably soil analysis, understanding your soil, understanding what's happening in the ground, understanding what is needed to increase that yield. Now, just a figure. 45% of yield loss is related to soil fertility issues. Now, if you grasp that, 45%, it is so much. If you're able to create a soil which is healthy, which is fertile, you can win so much in terms of yield. Now, also imagine that less than 1% of farmers in Africa, on average, have ever conducted a soil analysis on their farm. To compare it, for example, to a country, I'm from the Netherlands. Netherlands is one of the best producing countries in terms of agriculture. One of the reasons maybe is also it's a very small country, so we don't have a lot of space. So we should have been like very efficient in the space that we have, which has maybe led towards better production or more efficient production. But also take into mind that in the Netherlands, for example, most farmers, they do soil analysis almost at least once per year. So compare that then to Netherlands, to Nigeria, where less than 1% has ever done a soil analysis test. So when you actually know the need of your soil, you also know how to improve it and with which fertilizers. So once you understand what is wrong with it, you can apply fertilizers to increase the yield. Now, unfortunately, a lot of farmers that actually do use fertilizers here, because they don't know what is happening in their soil, either they use too little or they use too much, which has a counter effect, and which can also be hazardous for health. And also, a lot of the fertilizers here on local markets, they're oftentimes not certified, so maybe they don't have the effect that they should be having. So I'm keeping it very short here. What I'm trying to say is stress the need to do soil testing. I want to stress the need to do soil testing and to apply fertilizers correctly. So we need to create awareness in Nigeria amongst farmers to create or to understand that they need to understand their soil, need to do the soil testing and also get recommendation in that sense. Now, at the moment, there are currently very few ISO accredited labs in Nigeria that can actually do this. The company I work for, CropNet's AgriServe, is one of the few that can do that, which is part of IITA BIP, IITA Business Incubation Platform. Yeah, and what actually my final note is that I want to say that once again, Nigeria has so much land, it has so much opportunity, and once we all get together and figure out these innovations and try to apply these innovations or create access to these innovations in like a package, we can accomplish so much more than now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So next, we are going to invite the representative of the Bank of Industry. We've listened to him speak on the panel session, and I'm going to invite Mr. Richard Omonije. Okay, you're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Still morning. Oh, it's afternoon already. Good afternoon again. I'm supposed to have a slide. I don't know. Okay. Good afternoon again. I bring you greetings from the management and the staff of Bank of Industry. My name is Richard Imonije. Currently the state manager for Lagos Island branch of the bank. Before now, we had just a single state office in Lagos, but so that we can get close to our customers, management thought it wise to open a new branch in Lekki axis so that we can cater for our customers around the island and Lekki axis. We'll go straight to the presentation. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so that I don't bore you with a lot of details, so we'll just move straight to the focus sector. Okay, now for the program, we have the number of sectors that BOI is playing in. But for this program, our attention is the agro and food processing. Like I mentioned before now, that our focus is agro processing. Our focus is processing generally, irrespective of the industry that you are playing in. Now, but you would also agree that with opportunities come also re-strategizing. So we also are beginning to look at logistics. But before COVID, logistics is not an area that the bank would want to look into. But with the advent of COVID, we have seen that there's a gap that also we can also intervene in that space. Now, the next slide talks about tailor-made products. Okay, so there are a number of funds that BOI manages. The Nigerian Content Development Fund, these are all intervention funds. There's Agro Mechanization Fund. There's Food and Agro Commodity Processing Fund. That's a 15 billion fund. And I'm sure that is where a lot of participants will want to show interest and want to get information on. There's also the Dangote Fund, which also a lot of MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprise can play in. There's Artisan and Small Scale Miners Fund. There's Nollywood and Fashion Fund. Okay, the partners with Bank of Industry. In 2014, we actually went into partnership with a lot of business support providers. Okay, we call them consultants, so that for people that don't know how to package proposals for themselves, you can engage any of these consultants to help you put your proposals together so that you can, if you want to seek funding with the bank, so that they can help you put it together. Okay, so we've also, between 2015 and now, before 2015, we had only 6 branches nationwide, meaning that we concentrated in regional spacing. So 1 branch in every geopolitical zone. But after 2015, we saw the need to begin to expand to reach Nigerians more. So currently we have over 24 state offices, okay, and there's some new ones coming on board. I'm sure by 2022 we will have additional state offices. Why the Bank of Industry? Would say our interest rates are in the same space where all of us play. Okay, our interest rates are a bit low, yes. In innovative financial solutions, our focus is MSME really, because the focus is also value and job creation. Okay, we have dedicated funds, dedicated schemes for women and youth, empowerment programs. So we go to the small and medium enterprise itself, the global outlook. An average of 40 to 55% of our GDP, that's SME. An average of 40 to 45% of our GDP of the nation. World Bank statistics says that SME forms over 50 to 80% of employment. In Nigeria, Smidan, the statistics from Smidan says over 37 million. We have over 37 million SMEs in Nigeria. And out of that 37 million, 99.7% are MSMEs, are micro, meaning that they play in a very small level. Now the challenges. Like I had mentioned some of those challenges before in our panel section. Our MSMEs are highly unstructured, meaning that a number of people tend to run SMEs from their pockets. You know, there's no proper bookkeeping. You know, it's from you. Increase the exposure to high cost of doing business. It's a national problem, really. High cost of doing business. Everybody's complaining. We also are complaining that the cost of doing business in Nigeria is very high. You can imagine an entrepreneur having to provide power for himself. You know, there are no facilities. You are on your own in local government. Okay, so these are issues. Lack of trained manpower, high vulnerability in market fluctuation. Okay, you buy something today as raw material for a product. When you finish producing and you sell, you go back to the market. The same product you bought 2 days ago, you cannot get it for the same price you bought it. Non-availability of collateral. That is a challenge, really. Now, but we'll come to that later. Low credit history. Then lack of bankable loan application. Now, that is very key for us at the Bank of Industry. Now, when somebody walks into the bank and he wants a facility, now, the first thing we'll check is this project that you have mentioned, is it bankable? Now, and the only way we can access this whether the project is bankable or not is in the packaging of the proposal. Okay, the major issues, and these are just the generic. Let's move to the critical success factors. That's on slide 18. Now, the essence of is to drive cost efficiency, maintain customer service performance, deploy efficient system and processing, assemble a competent management team, and building industry knowledge in target segments. So we expect that for every business that we would fund, you must have a good management team in place. Whether it's a one-man business, you must be able to manage your business properly. Now this is the crux of the matter. Access to funding from the bank. Now, I'm sure we all have heard the 5 C's of credit. And Mr. Mogaji mentioned it in passing when he was talking. The first C is character. Now, but how do you measure character, really? No, but for us, as credit people, the 5 C's of credit comes to play, really. So we look at character. Now, do you have credit history? Now, have you taken a facility before, or have you borrowed before and you didn't pay? Now, because that is critical. If you had borrowed before, or you are indebted, and there's history that the loan is in default, it becomes challenging for us to want to extend funding to you. Now, there's capacity. Mr. Mogaji also mentioned about capacity. Do you have the wherewithal to manage this business? Okay, someone that has not managed a business of 100,000 or 150,000, is asking for 10 million naira. So it becomes challenging. How? Because for us, how do you manage it? Okay? Because we expect that every business, every entrepreneur should grow organically, right? Now, but you not manage a business of 150,000 naira. In your head, you are thinking that if I get 10 million naira, I think I'll be able to do better. We've talked about capital. Okay, that is also a challenge. The first point of call for most entrepreneurs is, let me go and borrow. Now, have you been able to raise capital for yourself? Because the truth of the matter is that I've heard people say you can start a business without finance. I don't know how true that is. Whether the finance is coming from your pocket or it's coming from somebody else's pocket, there must be finance in running a business. So we expect that there's finance, whether you are getting it from somebody or it's from your own pocket, from your own savings. So that is key, that there must be capital in this business that you want to do. Now, collateral. Mr. Magaji mentioned a fund that is collateral free, but I'm sure there's some form of monitoring, okay, that nobody wants to throw money away. Because if you say there's no collateral, right, it becomes free for all. Okay, so what we term as collateral is varied. When I say so, it means depending on the volume of loan that you're taking, right, BOI has categorized its collateral in that space. Now, for facilities, we'll get to that point. For facilities that are below 10 million naira, BOI has said that for most of those players in that micro and medium enterprise space, they may not have the capacity to give the ready collateral that we would want. Landed properties, bank guarantees, treasury bills. Now, but we also know that if you are genuine and you're doing good, or you want to do good within your neighborhood or within your family, I'm sure there are people that will be willing to stand as guarantors for you. So for us, that is in itself a form of collateral. Okay? So we also look at the condition of the business that you want to do. So what financial institution is required? Now the recommendations to SME. Now, because BOI, we do not lend to individual persons, okay? So our business interaction is with companies, as it were, whether it's a micro-enterprise business, a limited liability company. So we'd expect that you have a company registration, meaning that you have registered your business with CAC, okay? Now, we also would expect that you keep record of your personal finance or your business. Now, if you're a startup person, your personal financing, how have you managed it? We want to see records. Some people will say, I do business, but I don't keep it in the bank. I just run it from my pocket. Now you want to access funding. How do we measure, how do we access your financial abilities? Okay. We expect that you also avoid litigations, irrespective of how it comes, because for us it's a red flag. We carry out a search and discover that you are in litigation with one of our sister bank. For us, it's a red flag, irrespective of whether you are at fault or not. It becomes a red flag. We're not saying we're not going to do business, depending on the nature, if we begin to narrow into it. But, it gives us a red flag that there are chances are high that if you can take it to litigation, we also can be in litigation too with you and want to avoid it as much as we can. Yes, we will also encourage engaging in co-funding, like Mr. Mogaji mentioned. collaboration is easy when you're collaborating. You're coming together as a group, okay, to run the same kind of business, and you're seeking funding. It makes it easy for us to access all of you together. So how do you access the fund? Now, like I mentioned before, next slide please. I mentioned that depending on the categories of funding, that would determine what is acceptable as collateral for BOI. Now, between 1 million and 10 million, I'd mentioned 2 guarantors, okay? Now, as security, what that means is that if you say you're an entrepreneur or a proposing one, and you cannot find any 2 person to stand as surety for you, and you're coming to a bank that you don't have anybody to guarantee you, and you want us to just give you money, it becomes challenging, really. Okay? So we expect that at least you should have people to guarantee you. Now, for between 10 and 500 million, now it is beginning to grow. So the risk is becoming higher. So we'd expect that you are providing us a bank guarantee or a landed property. Now, when it's above 500 million, they would streamline it to treasury bills and bank guarantees. Okay, so how to apply? Now, that slide talks about where you can access the requirements for funding with BOI. I'm sure if they scroll to that slide, you see our website there. Okay, where you can apply to funding and where you can find further information and how you can also contact the bank for further information. We are also readily available. I'm here with 2 of my colleagues, Uzoma and Taiwo, so that we would stay and further interact. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Richard. So, for now, we have our second panel session coming up, and as we said earlier, it's going to be session 2 and 3 merged, and we're looking at how to do what? We're looking at how to use tech to scale your agri business. So while we wait for the panelists and the moderators, we have 2 moderators, Eitayo and Juliet. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome them. Okay, so while we wait for Eitayo and Juliet, Mazda vehicle, if this is your car, KJA 619DM, please, can you move your car? KJA 619DM. Thank you. So while we wait for the panel session to be set up, how has our experiences been so far? Has this been mind-blowing? Why yes? Has it been mind-blowing? Why yes? Okay, thank you. So you just look at your neighbor, ask for your neighbor's name, and don't practice this. So just give your neighbor an imaginary gift. Agri gifts, maybe banana, yam, cassava, money, anything. Just give your neighbor a gift. It's an imaginary gift. And then the neighbor will now tell you what gift you gave him. And then if you gave the neighbor banana, you say, okay, I gave you banana because I think it is rich in so. I gave you tangerine because I think you will like tangerine. All right, shall we? So the gift can be like this. It can be big like this. It can be like this. Okay, have you started telling them why you gave them the gift? Have you told them why you gave them the gift? Okay, so can we have it back the other way? You received, now give. What are you giving? I cannot see anybody giving anything, no. Yes, so you give it like this, if it's little, or you carry it. Okay, have you told them the reasons why you gave them the gift? Okay, thank you so much. We're ready for our panel sessions. Our last panel session, rather. So the last thing, please, after this, we are going to be having a business clinic. So if you want to start a business, a farming business, you want to scale your business, please wait behind. And outside, we have a market where you can get farm produce at lower prices, get great deals. And we also have a food court, so please stay behind to visit any of this. So we are ready for our next panel session. Please, let's put our hands together for IITA and Juliet.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I trust you've been having fun. This time around, we are going into another side of agribusiness. In this conversation, we are going to be discussing how you can scale your agribusiness. And then we would also be looking at the other side as well, which has to do with tech enablement for your agribusiness. We are going to be joined by this, pardon me. So I would have the privilege of inviting those that will join us for this conversation. Okay, so first on my list is Luther Lawoye, the CEO, PricePally.com. Luther Lawoye, you're welcome. Please clap for him once again. Thank you. We'd also be joined by Promise Amama, the CEO Mainstay. You're welcome, Promise. Please clap for him. Yeah, celebrate him. From Abuja to the world. We'd also be joined on this panel by Jesse Oshiobe. Let's give him a round of applause. That's Farm Cart Foods. You're welcome. So once again, we are going to be looking at scaling in the agribusiness sector, and we'll also be talking about technology, and perhaps we would also talk about science. A lot has been said at the first panel session, which I believe that everybody is pretty hungry to learn from this conversation. Interestingly, we have a female with us, and I'm going to ensure that I do the honor of introducing her to everyone. I'm joined today by Juliet Aigbe. Please clap for her. Interestingly, she's somebody that is passionate also about food and healthy living. Please clap for her once again. And my name is Eyitayo Ogunyemi. Together, we are going to anchor this together with our panelists, and I trust you would have fun on it. Should I pass the ball to you now?
Thank you so much, everyone. I've been really educated about a lot of things. I was really particular about the tomato story that the Nigerian farmer mentioned. Do you know we have what they call post-harvest losses that go on up north, and most of the tomatoes up north doesn't really come down south the way they are produced. And I also am aware that some of the tomato pastes that we use in our kitchens are made as a mixture of tomatoes and soya starch. So what happens to the tomatoes that we're making in Nigeria? Why are they wasting? Why can't we also convert that to tomato pastes and push them down south? Why are we using 50% or 20% tomatoes and then 80% soya starch to make tomato puree? I think that's a question I need to start finding out from potato farmers. Tomato farmers, what are they doing to ensuring that we don't have those issues and we're able to bridge that gap? I'm also fascinated by the speaker from Netherlands, the program director of IITA. He mentioned that they do soil tests once a year for their soil to find out what plants can grow well. I think we should also be able to benchmark with that practice in Nigeria. Even without the hydroponic farming, we also have soil to work with. So I just wanted to mention that, because I was fascinated by that. So back to... Okay. So before we continue with the questions, we're going to play the audio profiles of our speakers so we get to meet them one-on-one and know how impactful they have started their journey.
He's a fellow
Thank you.
of the Alibaba e-Founders, MIT Bootcamps, Westerwell Foundation, and others. He's an entrepreneur with a passion for social impact. He believes in leveraging technology to build innovative business models and platforms to serve the next 1 billion people in Africa's fast-growing digital economy. He founded businesses including Lucy.ng, Passjam.com.ng, with an exit before PricePally.com. Jesse Osiobe is a co-founder and CEO at Farmcart Foods, an agri-tech company committed to deploying innovative farming techniques to bridge the fish and poultry supply gap in Nigeria. Jesse founded Farmcart in 2016 while working as an IT support specialist at the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, Lagos Zonal Office, to first undertake a careful study of the agricultural value chain in Nigeria. Starting off with the 2 catfish ponds in 2016, Jesse has been able to raise over $1.5 million for Farmcart to expand and remodel its catfish and poultry operations into an efficient and automated farming system, allowing him to test his theories in aquaculture and livestock farming in real time and prefer solutions to problems within the agriculture ecosystem in Nigeria. In 2021, Farmcart was one of the few African startups selected by New Chip Accelerator, a US-based VC recognized as the #1 online accelerator on the globe. Promise Amaha is the founder director general of the Nigerian Young Farmers Network and CEO of Mainstay Agro Allied Services. He's an agri-business expert and development consultant with over 10 years experience and exposure in the agri-business sector. Promise has worked on several agri-business projects across Nigeria, including the strategy and operations of Agrotech, producers of southern grains, where he served as head of strategy, introduced the first tablet fertilizer tested and certified by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and included in the Growth Enhancement Program. Promise is a distinguished member of the National Technical Working Group in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development and Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and Planning. He was a West African delegate to the UN World Youth Alliance First African Emerging Leaders Conference in Nairobi, Kenya in 2010. He is also a recipient of Top 12 Nigeria Youth Awards winner, National Clean Energy Innovation Challenge Resource Person for the Nigerian Army IDP's Enterprise Training Program under the Office of the Civilian Military Affairs. Promise was also a delegate to the Russian African Economic Forum. He is currently authoring 2 books to be published: Agri-business, Foundation for Food Security, Climate Change and Global Women, the Past, the Present, and the Future.
That's a great one. Please, a round of applause again for our guest on the platform. Okay, so I want to start the conversation with Promise. Or should I jump to Lutala Wanye first? I'm pretty interested, and I believe a lot of our audience are as well, in the fact that you've been a tech entrepreneur. And your profile also explains not just your interest now, but transiting from different platforms and creating tech-enabled platforms for powering different sectors. One of the issues that was raised at the earlier conversation had to do with technology and the fact that there is a whole lot of opportunities in that space. So looking at your history, looking at your journey, what was your drive for agriculture? How did that happen? And what are the opportunities that the public can learn on the agri sector from your own history?
Hello. Yeah, thanks for that question. First, I'm honored to be here. I appreciate, the organizers and all of that. Personally, I just I love solving problems. I hate being stuck with anything. I like to see the end of things. So before now, like you read, I'd done e-commerce in promotional items, I'd done in EdTech space, and a few other things. But what really got my attention to the agri space was, after I got married about 2 years ago, my wife would always take records of everything we spend. And month after month, I kept seeing the records of how much we were spending on food. It was just two of us, and it made no sense. And, I kept on analyzing that. I kept on looking into that. And, before then, I didn't really know how much of a problem it was until that experience. And furthermore, doing my research and all of that, I saw how inefficient and how cumbersome our food systems are and how unnecessarily expensive food is. So I wanted to solve that for myself, and the best thing was to buy food in bulk, try and buy it from the direct source. That way you are cutting out middlemen, you are cutting out unnecessary expenses, and that worked for us. So right after that, we had to bring technology in because that's the only time you can do it at scale or you can do it big. So the idea was, why don't you have people buy food together, and that volume gives you advantage. If I go to buy my own bucket of tomatoes alone, I will probably be paying, 20-25% more than if I was in a group of people who bought a basket and we shared that basket. And we saw a lot of value come out of that, so that was what created Price Pally. So you can come on the platform, buy in bulk or share bulk food items with others, and you get your own share. You get more value for your money, basically. So that was what brought me into the space. But, time after time, getting deep into it, I got a lot more interested because it's a vast opportunity. And it's very important, no matter whatever we're doing, even if we are in tech or if you want to go to space or all of that, we need to solve the basic problems first. We have basic problems in this country, and food shouldn't be our problem because there's no reason why. I'm sure everybody agrees with that. Every factor to make food available for every human being in Nigeria, almost even for free, is available. You have the farms, you have the good soil. There's nothing. You have the labor, but it's not just connected. So that was what got me into it, and ever since I've been fascinated. I think I'll be in this space for a very long time. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, indeed, I agree that we should never have food problems in Nigeria. So my next question goes to Jesse. How did you actually start your business? At what points did you scale? And what technology did you use to scale, if at all you used any?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to appreciate the leadership of Covenant and also the team leading this entire project. It's been an amazing one. Thank you, and I really appreciate. All right, I really appreciate how far Covenant is doing in regards to businesses in the country. All right, so back to the question, how did I venture into agriculture? Like Sam said, I think we're on the same boat on this. I stumbled into Agric anyway, so I studied computer engineering in school. And so I stumbled into Agric, but I think like our Egbon, Mr. Mogaji said, I was stumbling by being led anyway. So right, I was working as an IT personality in an oil and gas firm, and I think I was earning about 20K or so. And I made my first trip because I was born and bred in Lagos. I never left Lagos, so I didn't understand what it is to travel out of Lagos, even though I'm not a Lagosian by blood, but I'm a Lagosian by birth. You understand what I'm saying? So I've never traveled out of Lagos, but I met a friend who was a fish farmer, and I just decided to just travel with him, and I went to Ijebu, and that was the history. That's how everything changed. And I saw people do things. I'm like, they're not even bothered about what's happening in the city. They've never been to, some have never been to Lagos. They don't know what Ibadan Express Road is. They're just there producing what we in the city we eat. And I went there the first time. I went there the second time. By the time I was going there the third time, that was it. I told myself I was going to put myself into this. So that was how I found myself that happened in 2015, and that's how I found myself in Agric, 2015 December, 2016 January. Now, scale. I'm trying to be very short. Scale is a very, very deep thing, and I found out that for you to be successful or for you to actually get to the pinnacle of what exactly you want to do, scaling is very important. And there's always a time for you to scale. You might miss that time, but it might come again. And what I always say about scaling is that you have to understand what exactly you are doing. And I feel that until you understand what you're doing, you should not scale. And I see a lot of businesses right now, and what they're looking for is they need to scale now. I'm doing it now. I need to move. It's not the right time. You need to understand the business, literally. And when Mr. Mogaji was talking about funding, and there's a lot of funding around, but there are no people with capacity to take it, it's because people don't understand the business. So people align with what is trending. When I went into Agric, it was not trending. I came into Agric in 2015, and it was not even in the picture. So I know I said it was God-led, because I stumbled on it by mistake, but I knew that God was telling me to leave what I was doing and focus on it. So right now, it's the in thing. So people want to say, I'm doing something. I want to just be among those who are doing it. My advice is for you to scale, please understand the product. Understand exactly what makes that product functional. Understand how that product is made. Meaning that you can sit in every meeting, finance meeting, R&D meeting, meaning that because you understand the product. So you can go through every section of understanding how that product is made. And that point, you know that, okay, fine, if I'm being handed $1 million check, I know exactly what to do to move the business to the next level. So I think for scaling, for me, it's easy to scale, but you need to understand, first of all, hindsight. Go back and understand what exactly you want to scale with, and that is going to be easy for you. For me, thank you.
Thank you for that.
I still have a question in that regard, because I want us to be very practical with, the organic journey of that scaling. For example, when you started scaling, did you scale because you kept your books? Because did you look at your books, maybe month 1, month 2, 1 year, year 1, year 2, or Q1, Q2, and you saw that, if I have just this extra machine, what was the indices or the indicator that tells you it is time to scale my business? Because we need to know those factors,
All right, I was trying to be very brief with time. Okay, I'll help. God did not allow the herbs of the field to grow because there was no man to till it. Meaning that God is not a waster. Meaning that you need to have sound
management, financial management. And when I mean farm, it's very critical because the point is, people who one of the key factors literally is funding. Let me put it this way. In as much as you have gone through the process of saying, I understand my business, I know exactly what I do. When your business meets the right type of funding, it moves faster than whatever it should be. For us, literally, what happened was that we went back, like I said at the beginning, we understood the product. My friend Samson is in crops. You can't find me in crops. I can't be there. My friend that's his mainstay. We gist every day, we talk. My core is livestock. I do chickens, I do eggs, I do fish. That's my core. You wake me up tomorrow morning, I can tell you exactly what it will use to produce one egg. I can tell you exactly what kind of capacity we need to grow. That's my forte. So it was going to be easy for me to scale because I understood everything that has to do with. I understand you need the business about financial planning, you need your books to be right, you need to have the right team. I'm not going to go into that. Those are key indices. But you as the CEO, you as the core person of the business, you need to understand what that business entails. It's not about saying that, okay, I want to fry Gary today and I want to do palm oil tomorrow and I want to do maize tomorrow. No. Find what exactly you are doing, understand that key component, what you're doing, then infuse the information you're going to gather as across board. For instance, let me explain why they say tech is very important to scaling. For instance, when we started in 2015, and I can boldly say this, but I'll be very, very mindful. We're very few in this space. We're very few. I remember when we were about to launch in 2016, there was Farm Crowdy. I think we were very few. Farm Crowdy. There were about a few of them. And we needed to employ tech. Now, the point is, tech can be employed in different spaces. Tech is not, in agriculture, can be infused into every angle of the business. Like in agriculture, there's finance, there's production, there's accounting, there's finance. So, for instance, when we went into scale with our raising of funds, we needed to employ tech to raise money. Now, that tech was not used in production, it was used in raising money. So what we did was to create a crowdfunding platform that actually helped us raise the amount of money, which we now used in upgrading our equipment in production. So when you say you want to scale, what part of the business are you scaling? What exactly are you doing? So because we understood our business, we understood our model, we understood what exactly we were producing, now we had a clear knowledge of what we were doing. Now we needed money. So we had to push tech into a different platform. Okay, we need to raise XYZ amount of money. Let's raise that money and come back into agriculture, which is our production of livestock, and infuse that money. Now, at the same time, because of the level of how agriculture is in Nigeria, when I mean agriculture is, we are more like mundane, archaic. We do things the natural way. So that's how I started. As I said, know the products. Because if you're going to scale in tech, in agriculture, you first need to go back to the basics, understand how it's being done, so that you can provide the now solution to resolving those problems our forefathers had. For instance, in FarmCart, we don't produce fish again the way we used to produce fishes. For instance, natural way is that you dig a pond on the ground, you just put in water, and you get people to begin to feed them. We don't do that again. Now it's automated. So meaning that what happens automatically is that I have been able to use technology to speed up the process of my production, which was not at the beginning, but I understood the problems because I went backwards to understand it, to have the knowledge about it. Like what Simon said, you have to go back and read and understand and read and understand. Then when you begin to read, like light bulb, it pops. Okay, I can now infuse this to actually increase my production capacity for me to scale. And it's at that point where when you are at that level, funding now meets you at that level. So I think that's easy for me. Thank you.
That's huge. Please clap for him. Yeah. I'm actually tempted to carry on that conversation around tech and the opportunities, because I believe that we are yet to explore those opportunities. A number of people out there are yet to explore those opportunities, but hopefully we'll still come back to that to have that conversation. But let's come to Promise. Promise, you've been at that back end doing a lot to build the agri-industry. Interestingly, we've heard from Jesse, and we've also heard from our other colleague about the fact that, shall we say, they stumbled into this journey. What was your journey like? And how did you get to that stage of teaching around strategies and also those other things that you do in your company?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank the organizers of this event for this great opportunity to share my thoughts and also network with great guys. In this room are the masters of agriculture in Nigeria, and the steps of the righteous are surely honored by God. Magaji, Ogamagaji, Uncle Magaji, Samson, Mosumola, and the rest of them. It's nice to find you guys in one room today, and I'll take the best advantage of it. So thanks to Covenant Capital. My story is a bit different from the other stories because I was born into an agribusiness family. So I grew up seeing my dad export Nigerian honey to Asia. It was big business. The name of his honey brand was called the African Jungle Honey. Because I grew up in the university community called Nsukka, where they had the University of Nigeria Nsukka, they were predominantly known for bee farming and harvesting of honey. So across the various towns like Opi, Ehalumona, Ibagwa, some of the local rural areas, they were predominantly known to produce honey. So a smart dad saw the opportunity and we became a very big agribusiness family exporting honey in Asia. As a result, most of my siblings are now predominantly living in Asia, in Japan, China, and the rest. But interestingly, he came to my turn and he changed the game. I'm one of those guys that couldn't do anything with what they studied. I studied geology in the University of Nigeria Nsukka because I had parents who felt it was a time for the oil industry. And they were making money from agribusiness. So they needed a representative, a family representative, a smart guy to go into the oil industry, and and they thought I was the smartest crayon in the box, and they pushed me. So immediately after geology, I'm back home to where it started. I'm excited about being in Lagos, getting in Lagos from Abuja today. I'm very excited because after school I came to Lagos to chase the dream and the greener pastures, you know, the Lagos Nawa story. So a lot of us migrated with speed to Lagos to come and hustle and make it. And I started my first job with Kodak and then resigned as a result of Agribusiness. The reason why I resigned is one of the weekends, you know how it is in Lagos, how you guys rule from Monday to Monday. So you have only Saturday and Sunday to do grocery and do all that. You know, I don't envy you guys. I left long ago. So I had the Saturday to go do my groceries and laundry. So I walked into a supermarket, precisely Goodies supermarket in Awolowo, around Awolowo Road in Ikoyi. I don't know if they are still there, but there were these great guys that are Lebanese. I'm talking about 2005. So, you know, I think I have over 15 years now in the agribusiness sector, so I can speak from experience. So I saw one exciting thing that was happening. In their shelf, they had that same thing my dad used to export outside, but now theirs were imported. So you have foreign honey littered all over the shelves, you know. And, you know, it struck me, how could this be, you know? And we're so honey in my house, and I mean it very positively, that we know that the African honey, the honey from the bee from Africa has more biological, medical, and beverage quality, nutrient quality than what we import back in. So I'm not going to bore you guys with a long story. I approached, being a daring guy from time, I approached the manager and said, sir, would you permit me to introduce our local honey just to have it around your shelves? So it gives people options because all you guys are selling here are foreign honeys. And strangely, the man obliged and said to me, you know what, but we're not going to give you any money. All we want you to do is to create a small space in your shelf. I said, that's good enough. Bring your honeys, keep it there. As they sell, we remit your monies to you. And said, that is fair enough. So I came back home that day, rang my mom, and told mom, I needed to weigh bill some gallons of honey from Nsukka to Lagos for me. I want to try something. I just want to try something. And I said, let's start from 25 liters. I'll pay you for 25 liters. Just weigh bill 25 liters. I'll tell you about it later. And she's wondering, what's this guy going to do with honey all of a sudden in Lagos? So he walked night bus from Ife Sinachi from Nsukka to where's that place in close to Yaba where they have Jibo? Thank you very much, my brother. So I go receive the way bill, move into my friend's father's car park opposite Ikoyi Club, and then use the garage there to create a small filtering facility. Went to Ilupeju, remembering specific detail, went to Ilupeju, Bank Anthony, where they had pet bottle, a company, Indian company that sold pet bottles. And I I bought a few pet bottles, then came to the car park and started filtering and pouring my honeys into the pet bottles. So I had, out of the 25 liters, I made a couple of bottles. And I went back to those guys. So the Lebanese guys now, we know them as very business savvy guys. They were excited like, oh, that was so quick. Fine, and it looks pretty neat. No labels, just no information. Let's try this out, and we kept it in the shop. So they said, okay, at the end of the month, we'll let you know how much of your honeys has been sold. 48 hours later, all my honeys have been sold out. I got a phone call from these guys to say, where are you? You're very fortunate. These guys seem to have liked your local honey and they had an option to it. I think your check is ready for your first supply. That journey continued and I labeled, I had to upgrade and scale up. Because scaling up, we're speaking about scaling up, that's why I'm bringing out this story, because scaling up comes with innovation and comes with a lot of audits. So they required that people wanted to know how they can pre-order for my honey because they liked the quality and they liked the purity of what they are doing. So I branded my honeys and called them BGs then, no NAFDAC, nothing, and started supplying. Interestingly, I went from being offered a chance on the shelves to being issued an upfront check for supplies. And I grew from there and easily resigned from my paid employment and just sat back home and relaxed while you guys are on traffic by 4 a.m. coming from mainland to island. I was sitting pretty. Just order from Suka to Jibo and back and Waybill and continued. The business got interesting and I thought about how else to scale it up further. And I realized that these Lagos guys, they like, FEZ, like, it, my brother. So, and it's now an island deal. So what am I going to do to make it a lot more easier for them? A thought came to my head. I said, you know what? I'm going to create a quick flyer or a pamphlet. And in that pamphlet, I'm just going to reduce the various uses and application of honey. And this was a different thing from what the foreign honeys that were littered they were doing. So Google was my friend. I found all the applications for hair. If you want your hair to grow longer, this is how to apply it. For cold and all that, reduce it into a small pamphlet, and it became complementary to my honey supplies. I didn't bother too much about supplying to the Lebanese again because the orders directly, when I was supplying to most of the bankers across the dispatch business that has become a booming thing then was a major challenge then, but that's how the honey business escalated and I had my first taste of the agri money, and it speaks to this whole myth about agribusiness being an invitation to poverty. And you hear a lot of farmers talk about, it's a long term and they try to scare you guys away. My brother, I've been chopping agribusiness money since 2005.
I love that testimony.
Fantastic.
I've never been a bee farmer. I respect them. It's because of their work I was chopping, and my father was chopping, and we're chopping from childhood. And remember, it happened in 48 hours. The reason for this conversation is to place a balance around the conversations we're having today that, you see, farming is just a part of the agribusiness value chain, right? So to hear that you have to wait long term. By the way, in my process in agribusiness and development, I met a couple of people. I met the famous President Obasanjo. I went to his house, stayed in his house for a while to be mentored on agriculture. And what he kept telling me was one thing. You young guys that look for quick money, agriculture is not the way to get quick money. You guys know him, he can be very blunt and ruthless with his truth. And then and I said, okay, sir, what are you saying? He said, if you guys can't wait for at least a minimum of 12 months, better get started here. We're two young men that came to see him to ask for mentorship on agribusiness. Of course, then he was known as the father of agriculture in Nigeria. He had one of the largest cassava farms, livestock farms. We knew Obasanjo farms and stuff. But you see, interestingly, sometimes when you get some information, also try to have an informed position. There was no other way young people were going to get involved in agribusiness. This generation Z that are all over the place, catching crews everywhere, and you come and tell them to go and stay and wait for 12 months to be able to make money out of the agribusiness. The reason I'm saying this is that everybody has a role to play in agriculture, in agribusiness. It's segmented properly from primary production. By the way, 60% of everything that the farmer produces in Nigeria gets wasted to post-harvest losses. So what are we talking about? So the farmer needs help. Agriculture, you're as strong as your weakest link in agriculture. And that's why we're having this conversation we're having today. And I'm happy the BOI guys there, it's not a good time to talk about all the other issues. But you see, the greatest illiterates in agribusiness in Nigeria are the financial institutions in Nigeria. They are greatest illiterates. I say that without disrespect. The most greatest illiterates. Because how do you explain that, apart from oxygen, the next urgent and most pressing need of a human being is food, and you are struggling to find a way around financing the process of that food because you go and put your money into primary production and the hazards that comes with it, the credits go bad and stuff like that, and you guys come to give agriculture a bad name, and you find a way to look at what he showed us here. 1 million to 10 million naira financing. You have to bring 2 guarantors. You have to bring a collateral registry. Collateral registry will do collateral check and all that. For 1 million naira, Bank of Industry, they are here. Thankfully, by the grace of God, I've not been able to bother you guys about anything because we know our ways. We'll meet at a point. We're approaching Central Bank to get a microfinance banking license, and then I'll have conversations with Magaji on this. We have to find a way to make these things different, right? So going forward, as I make my closing remarks, I come from a wealth of experience that transcends public and private sector, so you can't tell me nothing. The reason why I'm not as popular as you guys will expect that, who knew Elon Musk 20 years ago? Nobody. Because he had radical ideas and nobody wanted to listen to. Today, thankfully, we've been able to create an ecosystem of over 1 million young farmers under the aegis of the Nigerian Young Farmers Network. And we did something different. We realized that one of the greatest challenges to getting young people into agriculture is the fact that that image of agriculture is painted to be farming. It's painted to be, of course, the tractor cover for agriculture in Nigeria, agriculture mechanization is another story for another day. So we had to create an ecosystem that would find a way to attend to these issues, to say, you know what, you don't have to own a farm to be part of our network. We have architects, we have every sphere of human endeavor intersects in agriculture. Mention one, every sphere of human endeavor, and we see it continuously. So the absence of a cohesive ecosystem for this sector has been the greatest bane of it. Look at what Samson is doing with soilless farming. He can't do it all by himself. It's just a drop of water in the ocean. Do you understand? And the background of soilless farming is 100% science, technology, and innovation, right? And science, technology, and innovation are not being promoted in agriculture across board. We don't have succession planning. We all went through young farmers clubs in the primary school, and then it ended there. If we had sustained that knowledge till now, and not knowledge of people who are peasant farmers, but knowledge of billionaires across board. I'm well-traveled. I see young people doing agriculture across the world. 14-year billionaire in Brazil that has a dairy farm. Those are narratives to counter the narrative to bring young people there. But what we are doing different, like I said, I'll just say one more thing as I conclude, is that, you see, for any commodity you want anywhere in Nigeria right now, it will take us 10 minutes. 10 minutes to access a verified, measurable, reliable database of commodity suppliers across every local government, every state, and every community in Nigeria. And what we did is say, come as you are. Because this community is an amalgam of both primary producers. The greatest currency for agribusiness is information. Just have information. You don't need a degree to have information. Just be where and have information and you're done. Just provide that information. So you want a truckload of soybean, just let us know about it. We'll type soybean into our platform, and in less than 10 minutes, soybean availability with all the dynamics are provided in 10 minutes across Kaduna, Katsina, Jigawa. Everywhere is being sold across the country. By the way, I'm not an elite agribusiness expert. I lived on the farm. The records speak for themselves. I farmed in Katsina. I did maize. I did rice. I'm still also farming. So I'm not exonerating myself from the process of primary production. But what needs to be fixed in agribusiness in Nigeria is that cohesive, all-inclusive ecosystem that connects everybody and that provides business linkage. My last but not the least suggestion about how to scale your business. I give you a GEAR strategy. Gather, equip, activate, and release. If you want to scale your business, what you need to do is to gather the right information. That's the G in my GEAR strategy. right? Gather the right information, make consultations, seek advice from relevant stakeholders, then equip yourself, equip yourself with the right tools. Equip yourself with the right tools that are necessary for the information gathered. Once you've equipped yourself with the right tools, the next thing to do is the A, activate the relevant networks and linkages you need for the gathered information, for the tools equipped, and the next thing to do is to release your business. That's the scaling process. In releasing your business, you provide the visibility, the promotion that your business needs to get the attention it needs, because you've gone through an organic process of gathering the necessary information to understand how to scale. And by doing so, you're just unstoppable. So that's the summary of what you hear scaling your agribusiness is. It connects to everything you want to scale, every part of the agribusiness. So, I like that my brother is doing chicken, doing what he's doing and stuff. All I want to do is to be his plug. You understand? I have retired from regular, hustle and bustle and this story that agribusiness I'm paying. There's a long-term thing. You have to be patient. You have to wear. The more we push this narrative, the more young people disappear. We have a problem. We have a growing population that needs to be fed. 200 plus million people need to feed every day to survive after oxygen. That's incredible market opportunity across board. Incredible market. The guys that are producing tiger nut drinks, the health drinks that are being promoted, they need someone to be the plug for their raw materials to cut out the middlemen. We're doing that and it's effortless. The guys that are producing the tiger nuts that will supply to the person processing in Abuja requires haulage logistics to connect them to to take the products from the farm gates to direct to the producers or the processors. We are the plug for that too. So haulage companies managed by young people and available by young people, they get this information and say, okay, in Nasarawa, we need to get a truckload of tiger nut into Abuja for a processor. You make that and 100 naira from each bag of tiger nut that comes to Abuja, you're chilling. This is agribusiness. Let the farmers farm. You understand? The only way to strengthen the farmers is to strengthen the value chain, to strengthen the ecosystem. You understand? So these are the kind of conversations that will change the narrative and start helping us mobilize more young people into agriculture. If you're a painter, if you're a mechanic, tractors needs to be serviced from time to time. So we need mechanics in our network. They are part of the Nigerian Young Farmers Network. And we can keep pushing it and going on and on. Sorry for taking so much time. Thank you.
Wow. That was awesome.
All right.
I feel the passion. I feel the passion with which he's expressing all the points. And I think that goes back to Bank of Industry. If we have any sort of what they call patient capital, because I know most of the funds we get are usually short-term.
I'm sorry, they will never have.
Patient capital.
That's why they are part of this conversation.
Yes, because really, if the farmers are passionate about the products and they are already encountering all these obstacles and they are already highlighting the need for you to bring guarantors and the rest of it, which I totally agree, you should bring guarantors if you're collecting money. However, do you give them patient capital? I'm sure you know what I mean by patient capital. Yeah. So maybe you come back and tell us how you can access patient capital.
Thank you Juliet. Okay, I hope you guys will agree with us that tech is not complete without science. And there is that aspect of research and science when it comes to the agribusiness and that industry. So we are joined in this conversation by Obafemi Victoria, representing the IITA. You guys are eager to hear from them. Please celebrate her. Clap for her. Clap for her. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good to have you here.
Thank you.
For the regular people that are even yet to understand the role, the support structure that the IITA is putting up for the agricultural sector, can you guide us on these things among many other things that your organization is into?
Okay. Thank you very much. So my name is Victoria Ayeni, previously Obafemi. So I'm into production and sales of an agri product called Nodemax. And I'm from IITA Business Incubation Platform, an arm of IITA. So IITA, as we all know, IITA is into research. The research for about 8 commodities for soybean, cowpea, maize, yam, banana, cocoa now. We are also into cocoa. So IITA purely is into the research, and we have quality and seasoned researchers who on day-to-day activity ensure that every problem related to agribusiness is being solved. So although IITA, we noticed that in the previous years, most of these technologies are being stayed, they stayed on the shelf, they are not going out. And farmer actually needs this technology to make some money and so also better their lives. So IITA now bring about Business Incubation Platform in 2013. So Business Incubation Platform, which I fall in, is the business arm of IITA. We incubate IITA businesses, IITA research, the proven technology of IITA. We incubate it for a number of years. After then, we now allow private and public sectors to tap into this and then scale it up to the farmers. So over the years, we have improved varieties of maize, soybean, all these 8 crops that IITA are growing. Actually, better genetics comes into IITA Business Incubation Platform. And then we, for those people, private sectors that are into business and they don't have the time, they have the resources, they don't have the time to do this, we help them to oversee this business. Once you just have your money, you can knock up on our door. When you come to us, we will do the visibility study, we take the soil samples, we put in, we tell you what and what to do, what grows best on your farm. Then from there, we know what to do next. So in economic ecosystem, we know that there are diverse issues that we have in there. And we know that from, if you are thinking of scaling, because of the production unit in which I find myself, presently we just scale, we try to scale. We were producing 8 tons of that product, which is Nodomax. Now we are scaling to 26 tons. You know, it's not easy. It's going to involve capital. It's going to involve we recruiting staff. It's going to involve we buying automated machines just to ensure that we have our work done faster. Although we face different kind of things, to be candid, it's not so easy. We face different kind of issues there trying to develop this. But because we are committed and we know that this is what we wanted. We were able to get investor who came in and then was actually interested in the product and gave his own, he evaluated the business and then he paid. So through that, there are other problems that we actually encounter during this process about staff, lackadaisical attitude, not for them to be, they were not actually willing to produce at optimum. And this is what businesses face. So IITA Business Incubation Platform ensure that we have the right business developer for each of these enterprises that we incubate in IITA Business Incubation Platform.
Sorry, just by the way, I'm sure that not many people understand the fact that whether IITA is government or not, non-governmental and all of that. Do you have some, things you want to say about that as well?
Yes, IITA Business Incubation Platform is not a government firm. It's an NGO. It's being sponsored by donors. Donors bring in their funds and ensure that the research is being funded. So it's not like maybe it's Nigerian government that is funding IITA or is one person's business. No. So.
Are there free money?
Are there what?
Free money.
In IITA.
Please tell the public.
No, there is no free money. Every money that comes to IITA is for a particular purpose, is for research.
That's because, most times when people hear not for profit, they think that's where we go to collect money. So that's why I had to ask you that question. Okay, so because of our time, we still have a lot to learn from colleagues. And I would just ask Jesse this question, and then I would pass the ball to my colleague at the far right side. So, during the COVID-19 period, and this should be a final conversation from your hand. During the COVID-19 period, there was that conversation around you're making money, you're not making money. So some farmers made it big time, and then some actually didn't make the bulk of the sum. I don't know if I'm permitted to disclose this actually. I know you made a lot of money. Am I correct? Okay, so what opportunities does if we are still permitted to use the word new normal, what opportunities does it give to us? Leveraging on technology and then leveraging on research, what opportunities does it give to farmers out there?
Okay. I'll start from the COVID-19 aspect. A few people literally thought that since there was a lockdown, and mind you, if you understand the ecosystem of what happened in 2020, I don't think people will say farmers made money. My own aspect, right? But there's a notion that people say farmers made money. Now, if you look at it critically, the key component in agriculture is transportation. And as much as a farmer is making a product in Oyo State, in Ogun State, his environment is not the consumer of that product. That product has to leave that particular space to the end user. So meaning that if I can't transport that product to his end user, then it's a no use. Right, so definitely during the pandemic, automatically you know that there was shutdown. There was literally, I know the government said that essential services, but we understood what happened during essential services. I was part of essential services, you understand the bottlenecks that your logistics driver had to go through to transport, and looking at Lagos as the epicenter, and also the state with more people, like population, most of the products end up coming to Lagos. So meaning that if you're producing in Jigawa, your end goal is that you're going to sell to someone in Lagos, or if you produce in Ogun State or in Oyo State, the end goal is that you're going to move your product to Lagos or its environs. And for me, I felt that because we deal in livestock, I knew how many farms shut down during COVID-19. Major farms shut down during COVID-19. There are a few farms who could weather the storm. Right, those who had the capacity, the huge guys, they could weather the storm and move in based on probably having to order or pay for orderlies or for police vans to actually escort products from their farm down, because some farms were being boggled because there was no food to eat. There was less buying power. People couldn't make money because bulk of the population in this country live on daily meal. Right, they make money on a daily basis. So if they're not working, if everybody's in their house, how are they making money to actually buy those products? So that's why you see a lot of products went to waste, a lot of chickens were dying, a lot of people, a lot of things, a lot of crops, especially those who were producing crops. I bet someone wasn't producing much again. Do you get what I'm saying? So the notion that farmers were making money during the COVID-19 is just I'll put that way. But yes, some people made some coins, sir. I won't lie, but anyway, that's the whole point.
After all, someone told us she was outside for all the days.
Yes. Now the thing is that on that note, which is Mrs. Moso, a lot of people put their lives on the line, right? They had the gusto, they had the infantry, they just wanted to make sure that they were able to supply. And those people that made money, meaning that they were able to go to the farm. You're producing, but you cannot transport. Don't worry, I'll come in between. I'll pick up your product, and that's what he has been saying. There are people who will just fit into the middle line and say, okay, fine, you just do the middle of production. Do your production. Don't worry about selling this product. I will come in, I'll buy this product, and I will find a way to sell it. So that's where she actually came in as a middle person, literally. So in that period, yes, those who were eager to actually go into that space and raise and make those products come out made money.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's...
Okay, he talked about distribution, which I think is actually a key factor in scalability of a business. If you can produce from the farm, how do you move your products from maybe Akure to Lagos? If you are moving tomatoes from up north to Lagos, are you using those trucks that break down in the middle of the express? that pass that old Oyo road that curves off the ramp. You know, so where I think people like Bank of Industry, I don't know, I'm focusing on them more, should be able to actually fund rail tracks from farms to major, like maybe from one farm in Sokoto to mile 12, straight up, express rail track that will move those products there so that the cost of delivery doesn't swallow cost of production. Because essentially, the farmers don't control production costs. Actually, my panel is not even an advocate. But honestly, I can see what they're saying. Let's try and bridge that gap. Bank of Industry, where you can provide, don't give them money, provide the rail track. They've been hustling all this while, right? Provide the rail track so they can move their goods and then do this scalability thing that we're trying to do. And also be able to use technology to say, okay, by 2 hours time, your tomatoes will arrive or your honey will arrive from the farm straight to the store. Why can't we have the farm to table intervention? We need to do that because without government agencies, many of our dreams will remain pipe dreams. You know, we need government intervention.
I may actually be able to sympathize a little with the BOI, especially because of the nature of what they do. And this is where we need collaboration from government itself. Government financing and ensuring that things are done. I love that approach that we heard earlier on about how many of our resources are wasting in the village because of all these challenges. So I believe that government officials are listening to this conversation, and we hope that these things would be addressed by those offices that can step in boldly and do something about it. We have Lawanyi here. Lawanyi, I know you've done tech a lot. I mean, you breathe tech, you do all of this. If you were to sit with tech guys and tell them, look, you guys are not opening your eyes to these opportunities, this, what will you tell them?
Well, in the agri space, I think, my colleagues that also mentioned the thoughts around what we also have at Price Valley. I was shaking my head when you were talking about government, funding rail tracks and all that. It probably will never happen. So this is why you have a big opportunity. So we're in a country where the basics have not been done, and the future is waiting for the basics to be done. In this country, like, you can't go anywhere else outside of Africa mainly and be able to control their food system. But it can happen here because there's nothing, everything is cumbersome and inefficient. If somebody finds a solution to that, you can control that whole system. And what he mentioned, like I was saying, that we have ideas around that. If I was to speak with experts, like tech experts and all of that, I would see where we can, I'll suggest a solution where we can improve the efficiency in the whole system. Like someone said, like every aspect of human life is intersecting with the agri space, which is true. You have everything, like transport to architects to everything you can think of. If we can connect all those dots, because what's really happening, while there's so much inefficiency, is that there are farmers, there are everybody doing their own thing, almost randomly and individually. So there's no cohesion in that space. And that's why you would have somebody paying extra to move one thing to another place at, all sorts of problems. So I would rather we have a way we can connect all these major players in that system, from, the farmer to the person that picks up from the farms to where the railway will take it and where it will be delivered in, say, Lagos, a city where there's a population and all of that. If tech can help us do that. I'm sure it's going to happen eventually. It will just take time. So, it still remains that all these problems we're talking about is waiting for people to step in and solve the problem. The more people we have solving problems in the different areas in the agri space, the more our solutions, the less our problems will be. So that's what I would tell, a tech team. Thanks.
Do you have anything to say? You want to add to that?
Well, I don't know if I really want to add, or just want to say that I don't sympathize with Nigerian banks. I don't sympathize with Bank of Industry. I have no reason to sympathize with them. If they lie, they shouldn't give me money. I would outsource money through blockchain and cryptocurrency. By the way, the financial industry is evolving so fast, and they don't yet get the memo. Very soon they'll be very relevant. Most of them will be retired. Most of them will be jobless. They will go back to the farm, right? You don't have to, let's call a spade a spade. This is an opportunity for frank conversation, so let's hit it the way it is. I engage with them on the regular, and all they're after is intervention funds. How can they aggregate your people, collect the BVN number and everything, go to CBM, apply, and use them to bring out money, and they know what goes around that process. They understand, they know what time it is, they know how to want to mop up capital and trade and do what they want to do. But they don't want to take any little risk. Just imagine the agricultural value chain. Financial services around the agricultural value chain can make any reasonable bank, a top-tier bank anywhere in the world. This needs to happen. So, bro, how do you get to sympathize with these guys? They're just lazy and not trying to innovate to help an economy. Do you understand? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't add up. And they're my friends, and I mean no disrespect, but if this country has to move forward, the highest employer of labor, a growing population that has a youthful population, 60% under the age of 35, and you guys are playing politics with opportunities, then it will overtake you guys very soon. Thank God we have our own private central bank now, Mogaji, who has told us that there is uncollateralized funds available. Did you hear him talk about collateral? Are you telling Bank of Industry to fund distribution, and the affiliate distributors will come and they will ask them for collateral? They ask them for collateral to distribute across the value chain. The ones that are producing have not collected with their own collateral, then it's the distributors that will enhance. I said every chain is only as strong as its weakest link. And these are the weak links. They can't do this job. But we're coming. Elon Musk was unknown 20 years ago, and we're coming. They will see.
I think we need to triangulate this conversation between the stakeholders, the farmers, the policy makers as well. We need to triangulate this conversation and keep it going. It's not going to end here.
And that's the key word, policy makers. Policy makers, very vital. They can't be left out of this conversation.
True.
I hope everyone has had fun from this conversation. Please give our panelists a round of applause.
Sorry, one more thing. Just a small 1 minute.
All right. I get the passion of my colleague here. And I feel these are the pains we go through personally, and it's something we, as young people, now, for instance, to be honest with you, I don't think these are the pains as a young Nigerian we should go through. Let me say this, to be honest with you. We look all prim and proper. I look very flashy. I look very clean, right? But this is not what we do when we are backstage, right? And the reason why we are coming like this is so that we can make our appearance a bit more acceptable so that young people can actually look to us. I remember starting my farm when I was 20, about 26, 27. I'm 34 now, right? And I'm still young, literally, right? But the point is, we need to drive the right conversations. I'm sorry the BO guy is getting some heat right now. I understand. I feel, but I know it's not in your place, the people at the top, literally, but it's high time we get the right narrative. It's really not about policy. To be honest with you, I wouldn't even say it's policy. We have policies that have not been enacted. You sit down and write policies, but nobody's going to implement them. So it's when there's a real drive to actually effect change, then we know that this is exactly what we want. We're a population of about 150 million. I don't want to call 200, about 150 million, right? If I ask you now, how much is a crate of egg right now? How much? From how much? Right? It's sad right now, because there is a crisis coming. People don't know. 2022, I'm not negative, but I'm in the system. I can tell you clearly, that thing's not coming down. I'm in the livestock stage. It's not coming down. In fact, it's going up. And just one egg is the cheapest protein that the average Nigerian can afford. An egg used to be 15 naira. I don't mean buying. I mean, if you go out to probably go to the butcher to eat, the boiled egg is what? Meaning that the person is buying it less than. So meaning that you can buy 3 eggs for 100 naira. How many of you? I know I'm not posh. So how many of you grew up that way? You have to go and buy egg 3 for 100 naira. Thank you. God bless you. Please. Even 4 at the bus stops now. You go to see them and say 4 eggs for. But now it's not possible, right? So you ask yourself those questions. How are these things? What's driving this? And it's the same thing we're all going down. It's a chain. I'm in the livestock industry, but I depend on people in the crop industry. Those who are producing wheat, those who are producing maize, those who are producing, do you get what I'm saying? Because if I don't get those raw materials from them, my livestock will not be okay. I won't be able to feed them. So it's not about giving handouts, right? If you are telling me as a businessman who started business without 5 naira, and you know that this person has probably a track record, probably 1 or 2 years, you go through it and you say, okay, this person has a business, and you go to him and ask him, okay, what do you want? And he says, I want this, I want it, and I want to scale. And you tell him to go and bring landed property. If he has a landed property, he won't come to you. If I have a bank guarantee of 200 million, I will not step to the bank. So the bottleneck surrounding funding in agriculture needs to be demystified. I'm being very real. I understand it's I'm going to be very. I think we need to understand that for this business to scale, which is what this conversation is about, is that people who are tech entrepreneurs that are supposed to be thinking of solving our problems are in their house working for the whites. We are shouting remittance, remittance, remittance. People are sitting in their house working, programming for people who are not in this country. They are now, because of COVID, we have stopped people from flying out. Embassies are not working. They have thought, okay, let's use Zoom. We can communicate with talents in Africa. There are people that are there. They will communicate with them. They will be working from the house here in Nigeria, in Lagos, in Ogun, anywhere. But they are solving problems of another man's country. They are being paid good money. Not in Naira, FX. So will you tell that same Nigerian to come and think for Nigeria? No, he can't even bother. He will tell you that no. We have problems to solve here, but he will not even put his mind there. Because there is no repercussion. There is no payment. You are telling him to work hard. When he sees that his fellow let me keep quiet.
Bros, you don't have
Amen.
Make I help you. So,
this is just getting juicier, and I'm afraid that
as a closing remark, I just want to drop some nuggets that will help our young people.
Okay, please make it very fast.
I'm not Nigerian's Minister for Information, but we have been informed reliably that by January, the fuel prices will be increased, right? So, sir?
Price of food, triple.
He got the memo. That's the idea. So we need to work ahead of these guys. So something we can do to crisis-proof ourselves going to the new year, so both the confusion in the new year and the prices of food and everything doesn't hit us. This is a season to make money. In the couple of days coming, cost of rice will increase. So we have the season coming, the Christmas season. You can make as much as 5,000 naira from each bag of rice. So every young person, wherever you are, moving to occupy every processing facility you can see, secure the bags of rice at discount prices, and wait for a couple of days to double up and wait for the fuel price increase in January. Please, you don't have to wait for BOI to get the funds. Look for someone that has capital. You don't need a business plan. It's a visible business plan, visible to the blind, audible to the deaf. Go and buy rice now and store. A couple of days now, it will hit the roof. You can make as much as 5,000 to 10,000 naira. Let nobody say that this shopping money is not real.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause. Okay, so now we have asked a lot of questions from our panelists, and it's time to ask you a question. Did you gain ideas and realities from this conversation? Then please give a round of applause to the panelists once again. Thank you very much. We thank you for
so much.
Joining us for this conversation. And thanks to everyone too for also coming around, and to our online audience as well. Thank you for tuning in. At this point, we'll just have a picture together, and then, we can carry on with the conversation. But one more thing, sorry. We've talked a lot about collaborative efforts. And this conversation is interesting. I am encouraging everyone, let's not leave the conversation right here. Let's ensure that we carry it on in our respective communities. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much.
Oh. Wow, wow, wow. This was so fantastic. Wow. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Thank you to the moderators. Mr. Promise, I'm going to start selling rice. Like, I can't wait to buy from Black Friday. Because when I heard that eggs would be expensive, I think very soon I'm like, I can't save egg for like a month or two. But thank you for the idea, and thank you for telling us that there are so many opportunities in the value chain, and you said farmers will farm, investors will make money. So thank you to the moderators, to the panelists, and to everyone that has been with us so far. So next, we are going to call on the representative from NAFDAC. But before then, we'd like to appreciate Mr. Promise. He came in at 3 a.m. today. His flight was canceled yesterday evening, and he had to go to the airport at 1 a.m. Please, can we give him a round of applause? And also, we'd like to appreciate Mrs. Victoria INA from the BOI. From the IITA rather, she had to just come. Her vehicle broke down on the road and they were there for hours, but she still ensured that she made it here. Please, can we give her a round of applause? So right now, I'll be calling on the representative from NAFDAC, Mr. Dr. Paul Kamai. Dr. Paul Kamai. Please, let's give him a round of applause. You're welcome, sir.
Good day, everybody. On behalf of my director, Farm Mrs. Edosa Egbede, I'm representing her. She sent her greetings to you. And the topic I'm going to talk today is sensitization on NAFDAC procedures and registration modalities. Sensitization on NAFDAC procedures and registration modalities. As all of you know, NAFDAC is a regulator. So what I'm going to talk about is regulation. How do you get your marketing authorization so that your product can be in the market? But before I start, let me congratulate Convenience Center for organizing this program. I think it is mind-opening and very beneficial. So, why do we regulate? Why do we regulate? We regulate to ensure access to quality, safe, effective, and wholesome regulated products. You will agree with me that if you go to our markets today, you see all sorts of adulteration. You will see palm oil adulterated with azo dyes, which is cancerous. You see people using sniper on meat so that fly will not be on the meat. And sniper is very poisonous. You all know about that. You see all sorts of adulteration going on in the market. Pesticides. We use pesticides anyhow. So NAFDAC is there to regulate all that, and that is our mandate. Next slide, please. Our mandate, no, go back. We get our NAFDAC mandate from NAFDAC Act Chapter N1, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004. And the mandate says that we should regulate and control the manufacture, importation, exportation, distribution, advertisement, sale, and use of food, drugs, cosmetics, chemicals, detergent, medical devices, and packaged water. We refer to all these as regulated products. Next slide, please. So, how do we register all these regulated products? The registration process involves three-pronged approach, three major approaches. If you want to register your product with NAFDAC, these are the three stages that you have to undergo. The first is documentation. Secondly is facility inspection. Thirdly is product evaluation. Product evaluation means we have to get your samples to the lab. It is the lab that will make pronouncement on your product that it is wholesome, it is fit for human consumption. Without laboratory analysis, we cannot give you marketing authorization. Finally, decision making. We call it approval. If all the three conditions are met, we approve and give you marketing authorization. Next slide, please. Documentation. Documentation means there are some essential documents that we will need from you. The first is application. You have to apply. And before I say that, all our processes are online now. There is no man-to-man contact. You do everything online. From application to payment to printing of your marketing authorization, everything is online. You don't even see. The only time that you see we meet you is when you bring your sample for laboratory analysis. If you bring your sample to the lab for analysis, that's why you meet us. Apart from that, everything is online. And the DG graciously did that to avoid a lot of things. Number one, corruption. There's a lot of corruption going on. But if you do everything, you sit at the comfort of your house, apply, make payment, print your receipt, then bring your sample to the lab for analysis. So your application form, we need your labels. We need to see your labels, your business name, your certificate of incorporation, trademark, fumigation certificates, and then food handlers test. Food handlers certificate, that is for those producing food. But there's a caveat here. You know, we have micro and small. We have micro businesses, we have small business. I'm going to make the classification later. But for micro, certificate of incorporation, can you go back please? Optional. Certificate of trademark is optional for micro, but it's compulsory for small businesses. You can see it. Application form, artwork labels, business name, fumigation certificate, and food handler certificate are compulsory for micro. While for small, all the listed items are compulsory. Next slide, please. Standard operating procedures. Standard operating basically is how you produce your products. So we have standard operating procedure for production, for distribution and recall, for quality assurance, cleaning of equipments and environment, receiving of packaging materials, personal hygiene, water analysis, list of raw materials, certificate of analysis of raw materials, certificate of analysis of the finished product. But for micro, most of these are optional. Example, receiving of packaging material, personal hygiene, water analysis, list of raw materials, certificate of analysis, and certificate of the finished products are optional in micro, but they are compulsory in small enterprises. Next slide, please. Minimum educational requirements. For micro, SSE is okay. For small enterprises, ordinary national diploma. Technical officer is optional in micro, but it's compulsory in small enterprises and must be science-based or certified. Next slide, please. Requirement for a product label and artwork. For you to say, for your product to be in the market, it must have a label. So these are the requirements for a label. Number one, name of the product. Secondly, net weight and volume, batch number, production or manufacturing date, best before or expiry date, and then you leave a provision for NAFDAC registration number. That place will be blank until after your analysis. After your product is out from the lab and it has passed laboratory analysis and the marketing authorization number is issued, then you can place it on that. Then you need ingredient list, allergy caution where necessary. There are some products that are allergic, some are not allergic. So where it's necessary, you have to put allergy caution. Then address of the manufacturer, distributor, or packer. Disposal sign is also very important. Storage condition is also very important. Next slide, please. Facility. We would like to know who owns that facility. Is it on contract? Or is it an incubation center like the technology incubation center in Agege? Or is it one room, your house? So all these things are very critical. Inspection. We carry out inspection, either good manufacturing practice or good hygiene practice. Those two things are very basic during the process of inspection. When we are inspecting your facilities, it's GMP and GHP, good manufacturing and good hygiene practice. Our DG has graciously agreed that people with cottage or micro kitchen scale can be registered too. So you can produce your product in your kitchen. The only thing, if you are producing in your kitchen, thank you very much. If you are producing in your kitchen, your SOP will have to state, this is the time I produce food for the house, and this is the time I produce my product. You have to separate them. You can't be producing your food and the product at the same time in the kitchen. So your SOP will have to state that this is the time for production of food and this is the time for. So kitchen scale is allowed. In those days they said you can't do that and it gives a lot of people a problem. But the DG said no, your kitchen is depending on what you are producing. Next slide please. Laboratory testing. After inspection, we collect samples and send to the lab. And it normally takes 2 to 3 weeks for laboratory analysis based on the sampling guideline. We have our own sampling guideline. Whatever you are producing, depending on the pack size, the sampling guideline states, okay, collect this quantity of samples, send to the lab. After analysis, the result will come out. This one is saying that quality cannot be tested into a product. It is your responsibility to make sure that your product is qualitative. Next slide, please. It's the same thing. You have to embed quality, back please. Good hygiene practice. If you want your product to pass laboratory analysis, you have to practice good hygiene practice. And how do you practice good hygiene practice? You have to train your staffs. You have to train them, and you have to follow the standard operating procedure, SOP. Like I said, we have 4 SOPs. SOP production, quality control, recall, and cleaning. They are basic. If you follow your SOPs, your product will pass the laboratory analysis. Next slide, please. Ease of doing business. This one is, we are connected to the Office of the Vice President, the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council. So if you submit your application online, it's already showing in the Office of the Vice President. We are allowed to register your product within 90 days, 90 working days. If you don't do that, we are going to be queried by the Office of the Vice President. So that's all about ease of doing business. Next slide. That's Executive Order 1. So we are bounded by the Executive Order 1. So we are always on our toes. The moment you submit your application online, we start our work. The only time that we stop is maybe if we give you compliance directive. Submit this document. If you don't submit, your process stops until you submit your compliance. Next slide, please. Challenges. Before we used to have a lot of challenges, but the coming of our DG has helped a lot. We were able to solve most of these challenges. The first challenge we used to have was centralized registration process. Before, everybody comes to Lagos to register his products. All over Nigeria, you have to come to Lagos if you want to register your product. Now, it's not like that. We have Lagos office, we have office in the FCT office, and then we have 6 zonal offices divided in the whole country. So you can do your registration anywhere, either in Lagos, FCT, or the 6 zonal offices. So that has helped a lot. Can we give our DJ a round of applause? So it makes things very, very easy. You don't need to come to Lagos to register your product. If you are in Sokoto, you go to the Sokoto zone. If you are in Katsina, go to Katsina zone. If you are in the Central, go to Jos. You can register your products there. So that challenge has been taken care of. Secondly, we used to have a lot of middlemen. They call themselves consultants. They come and meet you. I will help you register your product with NAFDAC. That is no more. You have direct access to NAFDAC now. Go to our website, www.nafdac.gov.ng. Everything is there. Our guidelines, our regulations, our tariff, everything. Registration and everything. Thirdly, before there used to be prolonged registration process, 120 days minimum. But now, the standard day is 90 working days. So the moment you submit your application online, you start counting 90 working days. By 90 working days, you are supposed to get your marketing authorization. High tariff, we've reduced that by 50%. Our tariff has been reduced by 50%. Difficulty in interpreting guidelines. That one too, we have taken care of it. Requirements, minimum education, I said OND or SSC, and then agency overlap. Before we used to have overlap between Standard Organization of Nigeria and NAFDAC. We've resolved that now. They know their area of jurisdiction, we know our own area of jurisdiction. Next slide, please. Inability to meet infrastructure requirements. We've done that by reviewing space requirement. If you have one standard room in your house, there's nothing you cannot produce. One standard room. You don't need 3, 4, 5 rooms. No, one standard room. One standard room with a cleaning space, packaging area, where you put your raw materials, where you do your production, you are good to go. I think that one too is our DG's innovation. Give her a round of applause. And then before, we used to have inadequate technical capacities, but we have overcome that by training of production personnel. Like what I'm doing now is part of the training. Because before I leave here, if you have any questions, we can. And I have my staff at the back there. If you have any questions, you can meet them. They are ready to answer your questions. Next slide, please. Challenges, lack of knowledge on international requirements standard for export. This one is for people exporting. We've done that by training too. We are carrying out training all the time. No laboratory evaluation carried out by regulatory authorities from country of origin. That one is outside the country. It has been taken care of. Next slide, please. Okay, category and description of MSMEs. Micro enterprises, number of personnel, 1 to 9. Small, medium enterprises, 10 and above. Space for micro. The production area can be one standard room, I've told you. One standard room or a kitchen. Small or medium, the production area can be purpose-built in a residential or industrial area. Cluster facilities. You can have shared facilities for production with similar products. If 2 people have similar products, they can have shared facility. We allow that too. And small and medium, they can do contract manufacturing too, if they have their contract manufacturing agreement. Trademark. Trademark is optional for micro. You don't need trademark for micro, but it's compulsory for small, medium enterprises. Registration timeline. Micro is 90 working days. Small and medium is 90 to 120 working days. Next slide, please. Palliative, we carried out palliative, that was in 2020. That one will go where we reduced our registration by 80%. A lot of people participated, more than 1,000 plus people registered, and that one is gone. Maybe next time, if the DG agrees. Okay, these are the categories of the products that we register. You can see them. We have dry poultry products, smoked guinea fowl, dry smoked chicken, dry fish and fish product, smoked dry fish, stockfish, they are all registerable, dry meat and meat products, kilishi, granite, beef. Next slide, please. Palm oil, locally extracted fortified oil, palm oil, sesame oil, granite oil, cottonseed oil, all are registerable. Beverages from locally grown agricultural products, zobo drink, kunu drink, tiger nut, ginger, Madara, and what have you. They are all registrable. Fresh juices without preservatives. Juices without preservatives. We can register them. Orange juice, pineapple, watermelon, mango. Next slide, please. Locally packaged cereals, granola, Tom Brown. Tom Brown is a mixture of millet, guinea corn, ginger, soya beans, or granola. Locally grown rice, like parboiled rice, ofada rice, melon, cocoyam, cassava, they are all registrable. Locally grown rice, packaged agricultural products like sorghum, tomato puri, tomato plum, bambara flour, dry vegetables, ogu, kuka, packaged fortified wheat flour. They are all under our purview. Next slide, please. Liquid soaps, hand wash, car wash, dish wash, glass wash. You can come to us to register. Locally extracted oil for external use. Coconut oil, palm kernel, carrot oil, black seed, lemon oil, neem oil. They are all under our purview. Some selected locally manufactured cosmetics like black soap, shea butter, petroleum jelly. Next slide. This is our registration steps. Number one, you submit your application online. After submission of application, I'm making a payment of the relevant fees. Inspection of manufacturing facility will be carried out for good manufacturing practice and good hygiene assessment. After which, submission of product samples to the laboratory, because after inspection, you submit your sample to the lab for analysis. After that, after laboratory testing, upon satisfactory analysis, product is presented for approval. After approval, marketing authorization is granted and NAFDAC number subsequently assigned. So this is our registration process that takes 90 working days. 90 working days. Next slide, please. Okay, e-registration. Like I told you, there is no any man-to-man contact in NAFDAC. Sit at the comfort of your house, do your registration, make your payment, bring your receipt to us, and your sample, we take it to the lab for analysis. I think it's a very good innovation. Will there be any corruption? You don't see anybody. You don't have any business with anybody. Stay at the comfort of your house. Do all your registration. Come with your receipt of payment and your sample. We take it to the lab for analysis. After analysis, we get your number ready and call you. Come and get your marketing authorization. I think it's a very good innovation. In this Nigeria of today that I know, the cost of doing business. At least we are talking of cost of doing business. This one too is part of, it adds to the cost of doing business if you spend a lot of money. So you can go to our website, www.nafdac.gov.ng. Our guidelines is there, our regulations, everything is there. Our tariff of how much you are going to pay is there. You don't need to call somebody and ask. If you want to start your registration, or you go to nafdac.gov.ng/our services/MSME. All our information is there. All information about MSME is there. If you want to start your registration, you go to registration.nafdac.gov.ng to start your registration. You start with your name of your product, your email, your password, your product, the pack size. If it is 2-pack size, there's a fee for it. After that, the fee will be generated. Use your credit card, pay. Your receipt will come out, you just print it. All we want to see from you is your receipt. So you go to registration.nafdac.gov.ng, or you go to, there's another website, napams.org. Next slide, please. Napams.org, I will show you Napams later. Okay, this is our current tariff. Food, micro, is 36,737 naira 50 kobo. Small, 66,737 50 kobo. Cosmetics, micro, 41,000. Small, 105, 250. This is the current price, current standard price. Next slide, please. No, we're done with palliative. That was then. Pitfalls. This is the problem that we used to have. We have scam artists. documentary deficiencies, labeling lapses, claims, facility failure, product failure, formulation stability, all these things. These are the problems we encounter, but we always try to make corrections and explain to our clients of the way to go. Next slide. Impact globalization, impact of social media and e-commerce. A lot of people sell their things online now. Most of these things are fake, so you have to be very careful. A lot of fake is going there, substandard, falsified, and unwholesome products online. So you have to be very, very, very careful. Next slide, please. Areas that you can build capacity. Updated technology, supply chain management, handling, storage, distribution, and documentation. They are very, very, very key. Then we have hazard analysis and critical control point, quality management. That's how to build quality into your product. Next slide. I think I'm almost done. Conclusion. Information is key. You have to educate yourself. Read and read. Go to our website. Read our regulations. Read our guidelines. Browse. This is our website, nafdac.gov.ng, and which agency you would like to engage. Next slide. I think I'm done. Thank you very much. And then we're ready to have your question. So we'll be around for questions. My staffs are at the back there. You can see them. So if you have any question or concern, you can get in touch with them. There is no question that they will not answer. And we'll be here till the end of the program. We are here to solve your problem. We make sure that everything is taken care of. And then, like I said, you can come to our office. We are in Oshodi, NAFDAC Central Lab in the Oshodi. You can come anytime if you have any problem. Like if you start feeling online and you are having challenges, just come to our office, we put you through and you continue with your process. But the DG emphasizes no personal contact. She doesn't want anybody to do your thing in your house. Just bring the receipt to us and then you are good to go. I think it's a very good innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. That was beautiful. And I love the fact that you can now get your NAFDAC approval, even if you are running your kitchen, your business from your home, and you need just one room. So thank you for that update. Thank you for the sensitization. For people that think it's a very big thing, thank God we can do all our registrations online. So at this point, we've almost come to the end of today's event. Thank you to everybody that attended and everybody that stayed till this moment. Thank you to our online community. We saw your comments. Thank you to Covenant Capital for this initiative, for bringing everybody together, the BOI, NAFDAC, IITA, the tech farmers, everybody, the stakeholders. Please, can we give Covenant Capital a round of applause? Thank you, Covenant Capital. So as we wrap up this program, please, there's a business clinic at the end of this event. There's a business clinic. So if you're interested in running an Agric business, just meet up with the business unit. The business advisory unit of the Covenant Capital, in connection with our partners today, we are giving you free consultation. So please stay behind to meet up with specialists to tell you about how to start, run, or scale your Agric business. Number 2, we have a farmer's market outside. So after this event, please go and shop. Mr. Promise has given us one of the ideas. So if you can buy as much as possible, you can buy to invest, you can buy to use, you can buy for your home. And then thirdly, there's a food court outside. So there's a food court outside and you can visit after this event. So we have come to the end of today's event, and I'd like to call on IITA to give us the closing remarks and the vote of thanks. Please, let's put our hands together for her.
Wow, this conference has really been an eye-opener.
We've been privileged, we've been opportune to hear from the best of the best. So I want to use the opportunity to thank some people. And I believe everyone must have gotten something. I, for one, I have gotten a lot. I remember Farmer Mogaji telling us that there's a place for divine direction. There's a place for divine direction. And Madam Osmola told us that you have to have the ability to create impact. And that is why Covenant Capital, under the leadership of Covenant Nation, organized this program. So please, as we are going, we want us not to just be hearers only. We want it to impact. You want to be able to impact not just only yourself, but those around us. Let's stop complaining. Let's act. The Bible has said we should be fruitful, multiply, and dominate. So I want you just to thank Mr. Farmer Mogaji. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, sir, for giving us the opportunity, your time. It's not easy, it's busy. Every single one of them took out of their busy schedule and they gave out of themselves. This is things that you will see that you have to book days, months for, and you have to pay for. So we appreciate you, sir. We also want to thank all the panelists. We want to thank Madam Osumola, Samson, Mr. Promise. Thank you so much. We heard you were head up and you still took out the time. That shows commitment. We appreciate you. Mr. Luther, we appreciate you, sir. We thank Mr. Jesse. Thank you so, so much. They all spoke with passion. And it's because they want us to have change. Because they could have just heard some information. But you could see the way they were just giving it out. In fact, I wanted to turn from a banker to a farmer. Thank you also for the government regulators, the NAFDAC. We appreciate you because today is a weekend and you could have said you couldn't have come. We appreciate you so much. We want to thank you for the Bank of Industry for taking out your time. And we are going to invite you more. Then, of course, we want to thank to IITA. They were stuck, their car got broken, but they still, that is what you call commitment. And they still took out at the time they came. We appreciate all of you. And first and foremost, we want to thank our pastor, senior pastor, Pastor Boji Oyimade. All this wouldn't have been possible without him. And for my wonderful team, Covenant Capital members, thank you so much. And for those of you that are watching online, at least spending your data, and those of you that spent your time, we appreciate you and God bless you. So don't forget, we have the business advisory unit available, and we also have things outside for you to check. Thank you and have a blessed day. Thank you.